Good afternoon, everybody, and a very warm welcome to Prague. Exciting day ahead of us. We are sat on stand, cold and dark currently, and as you can see over there, we're in the Smartwings preview version of the PMDG 737-700 coming soon to Microsoft Flight Simulator. We've been on stand for a little while. There's a lovely Osprey A320 there that we're going to just brush over the top of. And if you're maybe tuning in for the very first time, it's great to have you here. Welcome on board. Please do smash the subscribe button while you're here. And folks, throughout today, don't forget to give us a little like as well. There she is in all glory. It's fantastic. Excited to bring you guys some of the preview content. So thank you in advance to the folks at PMDG for reaching out and allowing me the opportunity. It's really exciting. Hello to David. Yoep's flying the 747. Brian's on his way to Brussels. Nice stuff. Commentator, hi, welcome. And Craig, hope you're good. And we've got the short field package installed on this aircraft today for our flight into Skiathos. Could have made it a bit easier for myself. But you know what? You guys want to see how it flies, don't you? So why not give myself the challenge at the same time. Here is external anyway. We're completely cold and dark, so we're going to be working through a couple of the steps. We're going to be using the Fly UK Boeing 737 checklist to go through the flows of getting everything set up, and we've got our flight plan ready to go with Simbrief, which we will import into the aeroplane too. Through the jet bridge, because I've got terrible camera skills up close. Look at this. And of course, there's been a lot of previews so far on Twitch. The folks over on Twitch, the Flying Fabio, for example, great guy. Chewy as well. They've been doing a lot of previews over the last few days. So hopefully, like myself, I've had a chance to tune into some of those, have a little look. We go through the aeroplane just briefly, and we've got the LED lights on there as well. Short field package. You might be wondering what it means. Alec, fantastic. Member for 9 months. Thank you for all of your support. Hello to you. Exciting times indeed. And Ollie, no, today first time tested negative. Thankfully, feeling good. Probably helps that I've had a coffee and we get to preview the 737. It's given me that little bit of a buzz today. So lots of optional equipment inside the FMC. The short field package, which we've enabled for this flight today, effectively just gives you a bit of better performance capability through a number of different aerodynamic improvements and a 2-position tail skid. But you also get an increased deflection during ground spoiler operation too, up to, I think I read, 60 degrees. Shall we jump in? There's one of the wing views. And I've set quite a few wing views up today. So we can cycle through these. You guys can see what to expect. There's the stairs view. There's the undercarriage view. Look at that. And we've got a couple of wing views set up as well. It took me about 30 minutes to get all these sorted. Flight 45, hello, have a nice flight. Thank you very much. Christopher, looks good. The plane doesn't look any better being short, indeed. But of course, PMDG are going to work through quite a lot of the different variants with the aeroplane. And here we go, into the business end, the flight deck. It's great to have so many of you tuning in as well. 200 viewers, it's insane. We've just started. Welcome all of you. Thank you very much for tuning in today. I hope you're looking forward to this. So, cold and dark. You can click menu and it will bring the FMC to live a little bit. It'll allow you to go into the different settings, and you can go through and select things like the Wi-Fi antenna, and you can choose if it's forward or aft, 2-class, single-class layouts, and all this sort of stuff, including changing the LEDs. And for this today, we've enabled on page 12 of the optional equipment section, the short field package. We've changed that from no TS. You can also change the brakes to steel if you want that little bit of brake fade. The level of simulation here and the complexity is insane. It's really, really impressive. You think it'll be ready next month, Ollie? Hopefully. That'd be great, won't it? Paul Newman, hello, welcome. And life begins at 40, welcome. Should we get some life to the aircraft? Right. So, what do we got here? Battery. Here we go. Battery's discharging. And we're going to flick emergency exit lights on. And we've got ground power available as well. So let's put that on the bus tie. Happy days. Okay, so we're on ground power. Let's have a look at the Fly UK checklist that I'm using today just to work through some of these. So we need to make sure the parking brake's set. That's down here. It is. And we make sure the battery guard's closed. We've just done that. Standby power as well closed. We're going to go through in a minute setting up the APU. We need to enable some of the fuel pumps. But let's dive straight into aligning the IRS and things. So all the way up here, might as well turn your damper on while we're here. The IRS right on the top of the overhead panel. Let's see, there we go. Hopefully you can just about see this. That's a bit better. I've got it set to fast, so it'll align very quickly. There we go. I mean, it's already aligned. Lovely stuff. No messing around. And we can basically work through the overhead panel a little bit, making sure these are all on normal. That source is on auto for the displays. And at the moment we've got crossfeed off and the fuel pumps are all off as well. When we turn the APU on, we'll turn that to aft. Standby power, that guard's closed, battery guard's closed, and we've got galley power as well. Ground power as well, that's working, and then we've got lights here as required. We don't need the generators on just yet. We can turn up the panel lights if we want to, might be a bit helpful as well. Equipment cooling, supply exhaust both on norm, that guard's closed, we've just done that. And we can pop that onto auto. Get the windshield heat on. Rope heats will go on shortly, as will anti-ice. We can turn the hydraulic pumps on as well. We make sure the position strobe light there, or the position light is set to steady at the bottom. When we go towards the runway to line up, we'll flick that across back to strobe and steady. Recircs fans auto, packs are off, isolation valve is open, APU, we can bleed that when we go to start it up. Bruce, flight level 350. And our landing altitude today, our landing elevation, while we're on the overhead, we'll set it while we're up here, just 50 days. That is on auto. And then that is the overhead panel pretty much done. Happy days. There we go. Same as usual for the sound, so a bit strange that it's noisy today. Sorry about that, folks. For the music, I've turned it down. Make sure I've not forgotten anything. I've put that on. There we go, that's better. Couple of minutes. Suggesting 8-minute wait, but anyway, in any case, we shall wait here for IRS position. We need to tell the aeroplane roughly where we are. Ollie, that will be Skiathos. Doctor on board, good job so far, thanks. You know what, folks, I've only flown this once so far. I've been getting tips from people like Doctor on board, Centurio Romanus as well on Discord. Been extremely helpful with some tips. Let's set that. Select that. There we go. We've told the aeroplane where we are now. Reference airport LKPR Prague, and we're at gate 14. That's all got data. Across to the route page, and we've actually created one on Simbrief. So we could select that one if we want to, or indeed we can just type in LKPR LGSK. And activate that. We can type in our flight number TVS 2238. And we're expecting runway 30 today for departure out of Prague, so we can pop that in as well and hit execute. So there's all of our routes, direct twos and things like that too. I will be doing a tutorial showing you how to import everything via Simbrief, so that your flight plan is nice and easy like that to sort of configure. Good Ian, welcome on board. Thanks very much for hitting that subscribe button. Welcome on board. Now we're here, we also know that we're going to be flying a particular departure, and we're going to be using runway 30, which is already active because we put it in the previous page. If we hadn't have selected it on the last page, we can click it there and it'll go into the other one anyway, so don't worry too much about that. And our departure today is going to be the VOS 3 Bravo departure, runway 30. We'll execute that as well to make sure that's active. Infinite page. So before we do any of this, what we need to think about doing is going to the menu, FS Actions, Fuel, and we need to check our fuel and payload and things. So what do we got here? Fuel in kilograms. It's telling us we need a block of 7714. I might round this up to 7850. No, actually, I'll stick to how it is. 7714. So it's changed our gross weight. It's within our maximum takeoff weight as well. You can see that change there. Return that. Go to payload. And that should have loaded in from our flight plan. We just go through, quickly match this. Let's have a quick look. Cargo. Okay, that works. Happy days. We'll go back there. And if we're thinking about closing the doors, we can get rid of that. And ground services, we flick across. Stairs, one left. We can release those as well. There we go. These are the PMDG custom stairs. Away it goes. Beeline pilot, hello. I will be sorting out a tutorial for you guys, so you can sort of learn from me, even though I don't really know what I'm doing that well. But from a 0 hours point of view, then that's what we can also, you guys be able to learn the same sort of way I have, if that makes sense. Right, so all of that's done. Go back to route, perf init. If you click here, that won't do anything. But you can put the values in. One thing that might be easier to do using your Simbrief flight plan that you've done is perf init request. Just click that, wait a few minutes, and it will load it all in. Time flies, commentator, wow, member for 13 months. Thank you very much. Really kind of you. Borgian, no cabin interior yet, but there will be soon. There we go. So we can load. Happy days. Reserves, FinRes plus alternate, and our cost index actually today is 25. Not going to allow me to put it in yet, so let's just execute that. We'll commit it, and then we'll modify it like so. Transition altitude 6,000. And our cruise wind, we might want to put that in as well, thanks to Simbrief. And what we'll use is just our top of climb winds forecast there. So 0.25 degrees at 22 knots. Like so. Before we leave this page, make sure we execute. And you can have a little look at time error tolerance stuff there if you want to, but I tend to leave that page because I don't know what it means yet. Being honest with you folks. Trip cruise altitude, that's an interesting one. Simbrief actually told me flight level 350. There we go, we'll commit that. N1 limits. So, thanks to Doctor on board, he's done all of our weight and balance performance calculations for us. Really kind of you. Insanely knowledgeable with this sort of stuff. So, thank you. Right, this is going to calculate out all of our V-speeds and things, so we need to make sure we get this correct. So, we're going to go flaps 1. Let's try to find all the calculations that he's sent over. There's quite a few. So, takeoff 2. It was climb 2, I believe, wasn't it? So, we're going to go for a really derated takeoff then. On the takeoff page, we're only going to use flaps 1. And for centre of gravity here, we can click the button, load it in. And you can see there we've got QRF on. We can use the calculations that the aircraft has given us. So it's given us a V1 speed of 134, V2 of 135 and V2 of 140. If we go to the next page, however, we can see runway winds, at the moment 310 at 4. We can type these in if we want to too. And what it will do is it will delete our takeoff speeds. If we've got a wet runway today, we would need to select wet by clicking that LS key right 1 button up here, or SKR for like skid risks, that sort of thing. In the Boeing, thanks again Doc, it calculates everything above ground level, so it does the calculations for you. And in this instance, he suggested we want 1,000 for AGL for acceleration height, thrust reduction, and also engine off too. Go back a page and you'll see now that it's changed our V-speeds slightly. So we just go ahead and make sure we commit those and input them again. XX not lit or anything, we don't need to execute anything just yet. Gunnar, yes it does indeed. You'll be pleased to know. So we've done that. We've got up to takeoff. I think we're pretty much ready actually. Wow, day 7 for you, Ollie. We're also expecting an arrival runway 01 into Skiathos potentially, depending on the wind, but we will have a little look at that nearer the time. We want to check our legs page to make sure we don't have any discontinuities. So you can see there we've got VOS, Sassel, Babbitt, Raxad, ESL for our route today. VOS, Sassel, Babbitt. I'm just checking it against the actual route log. Make sure that it's all correct and not missing anything. Raxad to Thessaloniki, which is the TSL VOR. And then we can use arrivals, Thessaloniki 1 Charlie. And we're going to expect runway 10 via Skopilos. Let's add that in as well. There's our cruise, flight level 350. And we can think about descent forecasts when we're in flight. In fact, when we're a little bit further into the journey, I might click that to see if I've got the files set up correctly for it to import everything, all of our winds from our Simbrief flight plan into this. So you can put 3 in, one of them being top of descent perhaps. And fixed wings, we'll go through that as we get a bit closer as well. Right, let's look at some of these lights, shall we? We want in the comm stack, down the bottom here, as the cloud comes in, it's getting a bit darker for us. Put transponder code in of 2000 for now. Don't have any ATC online. Pop TA only on as well for now. 122.8. Click that to the active comms frequency. Just going to check vPilot again. That's all looking good. And I'll show you guys Navigraph as well so you can see our routing on here for the day. So here we are, stand 14 on the North Apron, Terminal 1 in Prague, Orbex Prague. Really nice airport scenery. Push start in the apron or taxi down hotel all the way down Lima to runway 30, which has got a departure track of 303 degrees. And there's some more detailed parking stand charts there. We're on the Vyzice 3 Bravo departure, so from here we're going to fly runway heading to Papa Romeo 813, left 213 degrees to Papa Romeo 814, which is about 6 miles almost, and then we're going to head south 156 degrees on the star, all the way to the Vyzice VOR 116.905. And even though it's an RNAV, what we can do is we can tune it in anyway and pop it into the nav box like so, if we want to. Initial climb clearance is 5,000 on the charts, as you can see here as well. So we're going to make sure we set that in the MCP. In fact, let's have a quick look here, make sure I've not missed anything down below. Those dials here for the APU discharge is just absolutely incredible, isn't it? Look at those. Right, let's set the 5,000. Probably get there in no time. Collins for the MCP panel today. And what have we got here? V speeds 132, it was 141-ish, wasn't it? So, and 029030, that'll do. But what we want to do is set our runway heading, which is 303 degrees. There we go. No Limits asking if they get made the wind shear alarm. I've not encountered any just yet, actually, so who knows. Swell's asking on the autopilot control, how do you put it to manage mode, or do you have to use the sim autopilot? So I think you mean LNAV, VNAV in this. So you've got the two buttons up here, and they look a bit different if you're using the Honeywell things as well. But yeah, LNAV and VNAV. Doc makes a very good point as well. We're going to track towards the Vyzice VOR. We're going to go inbound 118 degrees. So what we could do is we could set that in the course dial too. Leo's saying there is wind shear alarm. Fantastic. There we go. We're going to set auto brake to RTO. And that looks like all of that is complete. Well, if we wanted to, we can go through plan mode and we can click all the way through the route to make sure it looks correctly. What's next? He says. So FMC looks like I think we've got it all set. I think I'm quite happy with that. What do you guys think? Stick it on there for now. V2 is 140, so let's make sure that's set. There we go. Happy days. Okay, on the checklist then, we've set the transponder, we've set indicated airspeed as well for departure and the takeoff runway heading and initial altitude. Yaw damper, we're just going to confirm that is on. It is, and let's get the APU fired up. So, aft fuel pump on. And then we're going to keep an eye on this stuff here. So, APU starts. Let's get rid of the music so you guys can hear the subtle sort of noises and things involved. What we're going to wait for is that to spool up. It will then reduce power a little bit, the GT, the exhaust gas temperature. We'll get the APU bus gen light illuminate. You've got to do all of this before you can turn ground power off as well, folks. Otherwise, you will you'll go cold and dark again very quickly. Stormtuber, there is a Virgin Blue livery, and in fact, we're going to be using that on, I think, Saturday. QNH is next. Yep. So APU bus gen. Let's fire them both. And now we can turn ground power off, like so. Inside the FMC, we'll get the menus sort of set up nicely there. We can go FS actions, ground services, ground power release, and it's going to disconnect and move itself away. The METAR at the moment in Prague, winds 310 degrees at 4 knots, variable between 260 degrees and 020 degrees, ceiling and visibility okay. Temperatures +7 degrees, dew point -2 degrees, and the QNH 1005. We'll click the collar. Set QNH. 1015, in fact. That'd have been a gross error. LED screens. You guys might want to see it a little closer up. Look at that. How good does that look? The master caution for now. We can pop outside very briefly. Just about hit the APU. And of course now we need to plan our pushback, don't we? So, toolbar pushback. You can use, of course, the items inside the FMC as well, including the self-drive pushback tug. Wow, 377 people watching, folks. Welcome. Great to have you all with us. We're going to push back all the way here. And we'll push back onto orange, I think. Why not? Close that. Okay. Interestingly, I'm dreading the fact that I could have forgotten something. I don't think I have. Stick with it. Anti-collision lights on. Oh, APU bleed. There we go. Knew there was something. Scar Stitches, hello, welcome. How is it on frames per second? I'm finding actually that it's a smoother experience for me on my setup with this than the Flubber VOR A32NX. APU gen, we can check the power output of that, and we have got the yaw dampers and stuff on. Another quick check of everything here. And we're ready. Steve Mayfield, welcome aboard. Dog, I love it. I read your message just after I've done it. Absolutely brilliant. Love it. Thanks for keeping an eye on me like an absolute hawk. You don't miss a trick, do you? Great. It's good because it means that I'm not going to mess up so much that we end up having some sort of severe problem, because I know Doc's watching. Okay, let's prime the pushback tug.
cockpit to ground.
This is ground. Stand by.
Beacons on. Seatbelt signs are on. Dominion. They are on automatic. We can chime the cabin if we want to, as well as a little bit of a ding-dong for the crew. And I'm going to quickly refer to my checklists. Window heat on, yaw dampers on, initial altitude set, landing altitude set, flight directors on.
Okay, sir. The bypass pin is installed. All doors and hatches closed and all ground
LNAV and VNAV as required. We'll
The parking brakes are set. You may lift.
LNAV and VNAV.
Parking brake set. Lifting the aircraft.
Water brake is set RTO. We check that. It is set.
Cleared for start and
On radios
push.
are set. Doors are closed.
Okay, cleared for push start. Please release parking brake.
Prague traffic. Sky travel 2238 on stand 14 Alpha. Push start. Facing north QNH 1015.
Please
Prague
release
traffic.
parking brake.
Parking brakes are released.
Here we go, folks. Let's do this.
Commencing pushback.
Full start checklist. Auto throttle goes
You will
to
start in the sequence.
arm. Left, right, centre, fuel tanks. Sure that'll sort itself out in a minute. That's just the pushback tug. It's not distracting at all. Fuel pumps are all on. There we stand by. Okay, maybe it's the pushback tug. There we go. Centre tanks, they don't need to go on because they're empty here, as you can see here. So we've got fuel pumps all on, electric hydraulic pumps, we make sure all those four there are on. Anti-collision lights are on. Park brake is off, we're pushing back. Ground equipment's obviously removed and the engine areas are clear. So engine start, checklist. We can make sure that we've got our engine instruments and displays set how we want. Packs are off. We've just had a little look at that as well a second ago. We're going to go engine 2 first, set ground, and we're going to now watch the N2 rise there. Gets to about 25. We're going to flick the switch down below and we're going to throw fuel in and ignite the engine. Now, and we're going to monitor exhaust gas temperatures and N1 and all our oil pressures, temperatures and the vibrations as well. Chocks removed.
Okay, pushback completed. Please set your parking brake.
Could have been the chocks.
Parking brake set. Lowering aircraft.
Maybe it removed itself because it knew I was incapable of figuring that out.
You may disconnect.
Okay, sir. Clear to disconnect. Pin has been removed. See you at the side. Have a good flight.
Holding position waiting for the visual. Thank you and goodbye.
Now, once that's clear, I'm going to have a little look. See. Simbrief profile scars. There's already a 737 one there. So that's set. They're removed. Okay. I don't think I did turn them off though, so it was a great spot by you guys. Thank you. Engine 1 ground, and we're going to repeat the same process. Start valve open, and we're going to monitor stuff. John, hello, welcome. Cabin altitude pressure is set. Yep. Nick Ray's never heard of Smartwings. Thought it'd be something a little different. Get the fuel in. Leo, they are releasing the 737-600 next. In fact, I was reading through Wikipedia and stuff yesterday, and I found that, in fact, that was the release schedule of Boeing when they first released the aircraft as well, which is quite cool. Wait for that to stabilise. There we go, we can hear that click back across. So now we want to go Gen 1 and Gen 2. And when we're happy, we can also turn the APU off as well. Like so. So we just flick that to off. Ropey on the overhead, further up here. They both go on. Wing anti-ice as required, engine anti-ice as required. Packs go to auto. And the isolation valve go one stage up to automatic as well. Recirc fan is on automatic too. APU is off, we can turn APU bleed off. Engine start switches now go one flick across to continuous. Flaps as required, we're going to go flaps 1. I'm going to put the taxi lights on now as well. Go one stage of flap. Elevator trim set for takeoff. So, in here it will show trim 5.86. We want to make sure that that is set here too. So, for the way. That's 6, so it's just going to be before 6. That animation of the wheel is fantastic. Flight controls, full, free and correct. You can click here, you can stow them, bring them back up as well. We can have a little look, full left, full right, forwards and back, and of course rudder pedals and stuff as well. You want to see it from the outside. There we are. And then we've got low display unit is off, it is, and taxi lights on, runway turn lights as required with taxi clearance as well. So Navigraph charts, what are we? Prague traffic, Sky travel 2238, taxiing to Hull Point Lima, runway 30 via the North Apron, Hotel and Lima, Prague traffic. Car brakes off. Oh, those noises. Here we go. Let's go to Skiathos. John Child in the Czech Republic, welcome on board. Does the tiller work like on the fly-by-wire? Got checked actually, and Cita was asking, can you undock the instruments? I wouldn't know how actually. How is the 737 performance compared to the fly-by-wire A320? Personally, I find it remarkably good. Going left here. Really, really good actually. In fact, a smoother experience for me than I find in the actual fly-by-wire A320X, which is odd because I never thought I'd say that. Sounds are wonderful, aren't they? And of course, I've been working hard at getting some really nice custom views for you guys set up for today. Hear the engines. Jacob in school, welcome. Go study. Alt GR and then click. Not at least with the keybinds I've got set, no.
Takeoff runway 30.
No fly pad just yet, but it will be coming soon in the future. Right, so we've got taxi lights on. Taxi checklist is max to 20 knots, and we make sure that we've got brakes checked. And we check the gyros as well. Hotel 1, we don't want that one.
Traffic Ascot 3205, taxiing runway 30, holding point Lima via the North Apron. Pack traffic.
APU's still on. That's fine. Takes a little while. So we're going to have to hand fly our arrival today into Skiathos. What have we got here? Oh yes, we're going to see the aeroplane take off as well. Just here, hopefully, if I've got the angle correct. Avalon Airport Spotter, welcome on board. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. Hope you're enjoying it so far. Nerds asking how different is it with a yoke. Look at that wing bounce, and look at that for a screenshot as well, if I can be quick. And I can't be quick. Nice vibrations on the wings as we do some of the bumps along the way. Amit, crazy, isn't it? Honoured to have been given the chance by PMDG as well. CTER, I've seen your question. I have been trying to undock the instruments. Alt-GR, and if I'm clicking, it's not working for me. Keep smashing that like button as well, folks. Have I got the hood? No. Smartwings went for the cheaper option. I'm sure there's a way, it's just probably I'm too stupid to work out how to click the button to get the windscreen, the instruments to pop out. Avalon is keen for the 737 as well. Do the numbers on the yoke move? These ones? They do. Electrox asking, do you have any videos that you could recommend about VOR approaches or circle to lands? I've got quite a few actually, all with the LKPR A32NX, including ones to Skiathos as well. I will be working on some tutorials for you folks for this too. Jay's airborne already. Right, alt click. Nope, nothing working there. No weather radar just yet, Sevco, but when Asobo release the API for it, we're going to certainly be able to put it right, alt, left click mouse. Tried that as well. Maybe I'll try that one. No, sadly not. No pop outs for me. STPD, very good, thank you. I hope you're okay. And EKM Surfboards, welcome on board. Captain Asker, welcome on board. Captain Goofy, welcome on board. On the second takeoff page, let's hide this a sec. Cut back on. Feel like that might have just reset my settings. Andy, ultra graphics, no, medium to high actually, or high to ultra. Break it, thank you very much for your super chat, very generous of you. Cheers, buddy. Let's go, it's PMDG.
Come on, folks. Smash like. Helps the stream get out there. 500 likes, let's
Atlanta
go. This is
state saving.
PMDG.
That's rather frustrating. I wonder if I can turn it off. Oh my god, I was on Valanta. This is the problem of having two screens and Valanta being on your main screen. Hey, good job we got the short field takeoff kit on with the wheel skids. 09 Shadowjet, welcome. Oh my lord. Louis, welcome on board. I need to turn Valanta onto the other screen, don't I? Heyo, yeah, Valanta does a state saving thing, so what it does, every 5-10 minutes, it will take all the data I've got on the aircraft. I can't believe that's just happened. People are going to be knocking on the door asking to get off the plane already, I think. I can't work out how to turn Valanta state saving off because it's been a little while since I've had it on. So I'm going to put it onto the other screen. I'm going to see if I can work this out without steering off onto the grass by accident now as well. You'll be pleased to know. Food fictional airlines, we don't worry about those. Doesn't look like I can actually turn off state saving. But in any case, sweet myth. Thank you very much. Slight detour, long taxi indeed, but you get to hear these beautiful sounds. Now we're at the whole point anyway, we need the next. I know, you guys can imagine what the approach is going to look like into Skiathos now. Casper, welcome. Now we're at whole point Lima. And Rotafib, thanks buddy. How long until an Osprey livery? Hopefully not too soon. Part brake set, we'll make sure. Got that set to neutral, and we're going to check our full takeoff checklists. Super chats.
Have you tested the GPWS test button on the CO pilot side?
Which ones? There's a lot of test buttons. You can, of course, test all of that stuff. There's a lot of test switches and things here as well. Right, what were we doing? So we're going to go fuel flow rates. We're going to go reset. And then back to rate. Set of fuel pumps as required.
How long until the Osprey livery? Great job as usual. Thanks.
Thank you. Hopefully, yeah, not too long. We've got traffic enabled, TFC, and cabin lights as required, de-ice as required, flight instruments check, engine instruments check. We've done those. We've got QNH 1015, and we've checked our takeoff data as well. In fact, let's go back to here. Takeoff. We'll check our data, takeoff data. And we've got V1 of 132, which is our committed speed. Rotate 135 and V2 140. V2 plus 10 would be 140, 150. Landing lights can go on, but first the taxi lights can go off. Position lights go all the way up to strobe now, and we can turn certain lights on, like wheel well, wing lights, if we wanted to. Transponder down here to TAR8, like so, and TFC we've pushed that on to start the clock as well. A lot of stuff's going to happen now, and I'm not the best at this, but I'm going to try my hardest. Somebody's just zipped past me in a 737 already, but hey ho, don't know who they are, where they were. Palpatine, welcome aboard. And we're going to have to wait for him to depart now. No announcements from them though, but we get to have a look at the external model a little bit more with all the lights on. There's the Osprey A320 ready to go too. There's a screenshot for us. I'll put that on Volanta as well. He's off. GPWS test buttons are on the co-pilot deck. Let's find them, let's click them. Make sure we align this with the runway heading. 537 people watching, folks. Welcome on board if you are tuning in for the first time, perhaps finding us on YouTube. It's great to have you on board with us today. It's a really exciting day. GPWS stuff on the co-pilot side. Oh, here you go.
Glide slope.
There you are.
Pull up.
You get to hear all of these.
Wind shear. Wind shear.
There's your wind shear.
Terrain. Pull up.
Airspeed low. Airspeed low.
There's your GPWS test, folks.
Hopefully you'll eventually get a license to fly this. Good
Oh,
luck.
that'd be great, John. Prague traffic, Sky Travel 2238, lining up runway 30 VAR Lima. Make sure, another quick check. I'm absolutely worried that I've forgotten something. LM367. Luke, we're loving that. And Ian, lighting, welcome. How is autosave been working in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020? So we've seen a couple of stutters through today. That's actually, it's not the aircraft, it's the Valanta talking to the simulator and making sure that it's kind of saving all of the aircraft state. There's a lot, obviously, to do as well. TFC's on already, isn't it? Yeah, TFC's on. And terrain map's on now. There you go. Thanks, Ashley. Right. So we're ready, folks, and we're going to be departing. I need to make sure I've got the charts for it. Vizice 3 Bravo departure. There they are. We're ready to go. And we've got flaps, everything set. Auto throttles on. VNAV, LNAV armed. We've got our MCP set as required, and we're going to set 30% or so N1 now. We'll let everything stabilise. We might see a drop in the exhaust gas temperature as well if they've simulated it. We'll have a little look. Prague traffic. Sky travel 2238 departing runway 30 Vizice 3 Bravo departure Prague. Like so. We can click auto throttle, but actually there's a key spot here, the little screw. Toga mode. Let's go. PMDG 737. God, those sounds. Sounds fantastic.
Airspeed's alive.
Great call outs.
80 knots.
Bumpy runway.
V1.
Rotate.
V2.
We're going to go 15 degrees initially, which is
Positive rate of
there. Gear up. Look at that. And you want the sounds, perhaps, of the wing views. There we go. Right. Let's go CMD on. The thrust reduction speed now as well. Let the aeroplane do its thing. Just going to monitor things very carefully here. So gear is locked. After takeoff checks, positive rate gear up. Auto brake can go off now. Engine start switches.
Prague traffic Ascot 2205 running, lining up runway 30 via Lima.
To the off positions. Gear lever to the off position. On click down. Like so. Runway turn lights off. And cabin lights remain as required. Prague traffic, Sky Travel 2238 is airborne at 3,500 feet. Continue the climb. How is the flight model, Ilias is asking. So from what I can tell so far, I found it remarkably enjoyable, really nice. They've done a great job with it. Look at that. APU is still on, is it? I've tried to, I'm pretty sure I've turned it off. I've selected it for it to be off. There we go, now it's off. Weird. It was in the off position with the bleed off, but hey ho. We're all good. Now we're accelerating. Listen to these views, the sounds.
Prague traffic Ascot 2205 is departing runway 30 for Vizice 3 Bravo departure. Prague traffic.
Flap retraction speeds. Let's get them up. And if I can find the right wing view, see the animation. There you go. Golan, that's the terrain radar. When's the release date? It's not announced yet. We're not actually sure at the moment. Here we go for a left turn. Just going to have to make sure we're monitoring stuff in the flight deck. I'm going to turn the terrain map off as well. We'll continue up again a little further. Ziche, initial climb 5. We're going to go 3. Let's do above transition and we'll go above 10 as well. We'll set 12. Going to put a bit of wing anti-ice on, I think. There. Like so. Jahuz93, welcome. Lolo asking about BA release news. Not just yet, we haven't got any. Passing transition, look, so that's gone yellow on the PFD. So standard pressure. And the standby instrument is gone to standby pressure, standard pressure as well. We'll turn that down. Look at that PFD, it's wonderful, isn't it? That green dotted line there is our course to the Ziche VOR. As we fly the SID, so we can see the aeroplanes navigating nicely. And as we're flying as well, because we're in a Boeing, let's make sure that we are turning our heading dials with it too. John Loves Aviation in India asking, will PMDG accept payment via Google Pay? Not sure. Mohammed, this is Microsoft Flight Simulator. Do you guys want to see the breakout through the cloud in wing view or in the flight deck? Look at that wing bounce. 10,000, so VNAV's now going to allow us to accelerate. We're going to turn the landing lights off. Thousand below, let's keep it going. Get up to cruise 350, shall we? Oh, look at that. And of course now we can turn the autopilot off too if we want to. Wing view as well, people want the wing views. Look at that, there's a cabin view. Oh, it's remarkably cool. Look at that wing bounce. Your boy Land, welcome. And if you want an outside view, would you look at that? That wing flex is fantastic, isn't it? Merrily bouncing along. It's quite a rigid wing though in real life. It's quite a bouncy little wing. And you walk in the cabin. Well, at the moment there isn't a cabin that I've got set because of the custom views that we've got selected at the moment. What do we want here? We're going to turn wing anti-ice off. And we're just going to make sure the aeroplane is obviously pressurising as well. Which it is, look, as you can see, as we're climbing up. There's loads of liveries available. Some are, there's GOL, there's Aerolíneas Argentina, Al Nippon Airways as well, Delta, United, Southwest, there's a couple of Southwest, there's a fictional Olympic Air livery as well for those of you who like to do a little bit of local Greek hops. Beautiful scenery around Greece as well, of course, in Microsoft Flight Simulator. How are we doing here? We're looking pretty good now. We'll continue with the turn. There's the VOR. Only astounding indeed. There's no SAS livery yet, but there will be, there'll be one created so fast by the Flight Sim livery creator community. There is a cabin view preset. Yeah, let me show it you. I everything's in showcase, isn't it? So fixed camera, we've got a number of different ones here. External 3. I've set my own custom views, which is why these aren't really a thing. 6. Oh, we've got 7. No price confirmed yet, I don't think. 8. 9 for that wing view. Tail cam view. Got a few cool ones here. Can't find them. External view, let's have a look, see what these quick views are. No idea. Who have we got? Emmanuel, welcome on board. Thanks for subscribing as well. Keep smashing that like button, folks. Incredible, almost at 300 likes already. Great to hear you're all loving it so far. 22.6, let's keep that going. I forgot we were still on our way up to 35,000 feet. VNAV speed's looking good still. Going to have a quick gander in here to make sure we don't have a discontinuity after VOS, even though that is what we've selected. And where we go, Papa Romeo's there. There's VOS, the little VOR with a little VOR display as well. How are the frames? Jan's asking. Incredibly good. You know what? This is my smoothest experience yet so far. Oh, there are drone camera views then. Okay, let's go in. You ready? We go front. We'll go at the front and we'll look backwards because why not? Oh, look at that. He says as the aeroplane now commits to a bit of a turn. We'll wait till we're a bit more stable in cruise, and remind me again, we'll have a little look again. Flight Deck Studios, welcome on board. Keith's dropping the bit for specs there. Hopefully that helps you understand. One thing that you've got to bear in mind with this as well is with the Airbus fly-by-wire system, of course, if you roll the wings left slightly, it will hold it. You know, if you turn left and then release it, it will then hold that angle of bank for you, or the particular angle of pitch that you've selected. But with this being a Boeing, it will try and almost revert back to centre, or wherever the physics want to take it as well. Okay, well that's looking a little bit more stable. Let's try once more to get inside the cabin and get that stable view. There you go, folks. So we got it in the first class configuration at the moment. Or the 2 class configuration, I should say. There's the galley at the rear. We'll spin it around. There you go. It's a little bit bouncy still though for our climb out today. There's Valanta doing a state saving at a terrible time. And I actually can't remember how to turn the state saving off. So if anybody can remember how to do that on Valanta, do let me know and I'll get rid of it for today. You don't need it. It's a beauty. What do you think of the soundscape so far? Captain Alex asking, how's the rudder steering on the ground? It seems really good. Here comes the right turn. Look at the yokes moving around as well. It's fantastic. Dan, you can indeed, yeah, you can flick this down so you can match. You have to take off checks. Sergio, welcome on board as well. Thanks for subscribing. 304 likes. Thanks, guys. It's fantastic. Great to have you with us today for this flight. So there's our top of climb marker. And a banana as well. Oh, Ashley, legend. Thank you very much, mate. What is state saving? So it's a feature within Volanta, which is the flight tracking software that we use with Orbex. Effectively, what it does is it... Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's state saved 2 minutes ago, funnily enough. So yeah, the freezing that you're seeing today is nothing to do with the aircraft. It's Volanta with its state saving features. And what it's basically doing is if you get a crash to desktop in any aeroplane, it will save you, whether it be 5 or 10 minutes, depending on what you set. It will save the state that your aircraft is in, and it will then allow you to sort of just load back in where you left off, in theory. Willie's asking, will there be a MAX model? Yes, there will be. It's a little bit further down the line in relation to sort of the roadmap. It'll be the 600 next, after the 700, followed by the 800. And I think they're going to be doing the 900 and things. .151 on the heading. Turn that VOR off now, we don't need it. 30,000, Secret Society, hello, welcome. Century Media prefers Sim Toolkit Pro, yeah, that's one of the other options. Big Maxi 7 Strange going to 700, going back to a 700. Haven't seen that in many years, got used to the NGX cockpit. You have to set throttle detents like the A32NX? No, I've not had to worry about any of that, thankfully, and it's just works quite nicely. There's no release date just yet, Secret Society. Nerd, yes it does. So in here, go into menu, and you go to PMDG setup. You can change your state saving here, so you can select runway, for example, and it'll all be fired up ready for you to go as if you just got on the runway. Strobes, that sort of thing too. Right, dock, good tip. Change that to 10 for the bank limit indicator. What about the 3 numbers on the right horn of the yoke? So they were for sort of traditional flight numbers, but our call sign today is Sky Travel 2238. We could set these to 238 if we want to, like so. There is a Ollie, there is a Ryanair livery for the 700 indeed. There's Ryanair, KLM, GOL, Aerolíneas Argentina, Aero Mexico, Southwest United, Alaska, All Nippon Airways. There's Virgin Blue for those of you in Australia as well, who have now, of course, Virgin Australia. Andrew Bolton, do you use FS? What do you mean? Which one? fshub.io or 1,000 to go? So what we could do is we could have gone into vertical speed mode there. We can drop this down to sort of 1,000 foot per minute, 900 foot per minute perhaps, and we can just level off and smooth out the top of our climb today. Zanraf, welcome on board. Do you use FS Realistic? No, I don't. Is it any good? Make sure that's still in line. Angela, welcome as well. Hello to you. Great to have you with us today. If I have missed your chat in the live chat, I do apologise. It's really busy today, so bear with me. If I've missed an important question, just remind me. Give me a little nudge. Look at that, now we've turned state saving off on Volanta. Very nice. The common question I'm getting is performance, how the frames compared to, say, for example, the Flabber A32NX, and I can positively say they've been really good. In fact, this is the smoothest for me, at least with my spec, and you can trigger the spec command in the live chat if you want to know what I've got equipment wise, but it's my smoothest sim experience so far, and I get much better performance than I do in the A32NX, which is remarkable. And a lot of you that watch regularly will know that I have my simulator capped at 35 frames per second. and it's pretty much just stuck at that. Eco in Finland, welcome. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us. Estrel, hello to you. Is the aircraft sensitive or feeling well realistic or balanced? I think so. I'm not a type rated 737 pilot, but I feel like it's very nicely created. It's not like back when Microsoft Flight Simulator first released, people were like, oh, everything flies on rails and things like that. I've not experienced that at all with this. Yesterday I was flicking around the Greek islands a little bit, and I was finding through crosswinds I was having to apply rudder and things like that, so yeah, very good. Lolo, is capping frames per second a good idea? I find it just gives me a little bit more stability and smoothness, so my simulator isn't chasing frames all the time and going up, going back down, going up. It's allowing my GPU, CPU and everything to work to just sit at one fixed level. The theory there being that hopefully it will help save my GPU in the long term as well. How we're doing up the front, looking good. Leveled off at cruise there. IFD Vet, it does have a cabin, yes. ET Gaming, where can we get this? So this is a pre-release preview at the moment. It is coming soon though, and I'm hoping it will be very soon, fairly soon, who knows. We'll have to wait on the PMDG forums for an official announcement, but the link for that is in our description for today's live stream if you've missed it. Does the circuit breakers work, Secret Society? No. It's a question I keep seeing quite a bit lately. Personally, for me, I'm not too bothered about animated pop-up circuit breakers and things like that. You can trigger failures inside the FMC if you want to simulate failures, but in real life, a pilot's not going to start pulling out CBs just to see what happens. If one pops, they might refer to the QRH or the handbook and say, "Can I reset it?" And they might reset it only once, and then that's it. IDF Vet wants to see the cabin once more. Bit of turbulent air. Takika, don't even need to answer that, you know the answer. There's the cabin. Toad Ninja's asking, are you going to upload your wing views? I certainly will be, yeah. They'll go on to flightsim.to when they become a thing, when the airplane gets sort of released. Doc, indeed, thank you very much. In fact, really, if we want to get ahead of ourselves, we can look at the METAR in Skiathos now. Interestingly, it says network error, no weather profile exists for Skiathos at the moment. So over to my Discord server, got a METAR charts section there. I'll punch in the command to try and get the latest weather from there. Let's have a little look. METAR's charts. There we go. LGSK. Winds are 190 degrees at 4 knots, ceiling and visibility okay, temperatures plus 17 degrees Celsius, dew point plus 12 and a QNH 1015. So what runway are we going to use, folks? We've got runway 19, we can go straight in for a 4 knot headwind, or because it is in limits, we could use runway 01 and go over the beach. What would you like to see? Sander, have we had any problems with it yet? No. You know what? It's been great fun to learn. I've had it for 24 hours now, roughly, or just over 24 hours, and I've found it very rewarding actually, trying to work through the FMC, the different functions, and just sort of exploring all the different equipment options as well that you get. In Phoenix, we're hinting at modelled CBs, but think about, well, if you think about it in a way, you're simulating circuit breakers and things, then you're just going to gobble up sort of performance because the aeroplane has got to simulate all of that as well. So yeah, this is still an in development work in progress beta version, a preview version of course, so do bear that in mind. Willie's asking for 01, George 01, Pete's going for runway 01 as well, so yeah, let's do a bit of a tailwind, see what happens. We're going to need auto brake 3. Boarding time, thank you very much. Welcome. Yeah, we've not heard from Phoenix for a little while, have we? Hopefully we get a decent little update there soon. I don't know what progress is like. I'm not part of the beta team or anything with them, so I'm not sure. Elias asking, can you show off some night lighting? If you tune in on, is it Friday? Potentially Friday or Saturday, we're going to be doing a PMDG 737 preview again there. I might throw in an element of sunset into nighttime landing perhaps as well, so we get that sort of nighttime views. We can see the aircraft from nighttime too. I know inside MSFS if you start fiddling with times of day during flight you can throw the live weather and things off, so I tend to avoid it. No price announced yet or a release date sadly. Coming soon hopefully. Pete says use runway 01, give the brakes a workout. Fantastic. Yeah, a lot of things that you see today, like the sounds, are still a work in progress. They're still going to be tweaked and improved prior to release. Someone's asking, oh look, there's that interesting bug from MSFS about connection being lost. Has everyone else had that recently? Someone's asking if I tried any of the freighter variants of it yet. No, I haven't. There are 3 liveries with it. There's an Olympic Air fictional one, there's a SpiceJet livery and an Alaska cargo one as well. So the 700 is going to release first, but what you do get in the package, from what I understand, let's just ignore those, eventually we'll get a little green pop-up saying connection restored. What you get is the passenger version, there it is. You get the passenger version, you get the cargo version, and you also get the BBJ 700 variant. So lots of variety. Routing today takes us over Austria. In fact, we are on the left-hand side, passing Vienna. If I can get the right cabin view. Vienna's down there somewhere. Keep an eye out for it. Quite a few people have had it recently. They must have some sort of server issue with it. Who knows? Akika, sadly no. It might not go down too well. Yeah, you can have the scimitar winglets as well. Nico's asking what company flies the 737-700. So there's one in Australia that still operates it. Not sure actually who the current real world operators are. It's got to be. That is Vienna down there somewhere. Nox Gaming, hello to you. Asking how's the week going? Really good, thank you. I've just tested negative for COVID for the first time in a week, so that's all really good. Means I'm going back to work tomorrow though. Gucci Prince asking, is this showcase cam? No, what I've done before the stream today is I've set my own custom wing views so that we can kind of just sort of enjoy some different views. It also means that I can jump into and out of the flight deck a little easier, and I can also use the drone camera still too. Yeah, there's a few operators of the 700 still around the world. We're in a little bit of rough air, Oran. Southwest is a big operator of the 700. United operate a few 700s still. Delta used to. There's liveries for all of those. Air Tran used to, and WestJet still does, I think, says Carl. That's good to know. Ian, what's with the best cams? One of those YouTube spam bots that we fight on a regular basis. What was that? The latest TAF was 850 Zulu. Good grief, that's rather out of date, isn't it? Let's have a look on good old Google. METAR, LGSK. Oh, there's not been a METAR update for the last few hours into Greece. Brian Pedersen, welcome on board. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. Great to have you with us as well, and everyone else tuning in wherever you are in the world. Be sure to say hello in the live chat while you're here. A Velo Fly 700 out of KHVN. Ozzy's asking, can you mix and match the cockpit? You can. So this this panel here, this MCP, you can change that as well between Collins and Honeywell. So you can get the other one with the cone speed dial and that sort of thing. There are a lot of options. You can actually change things like the LED lights on the exterior of the aircraft too. When we get to Skiathos, we will also do the disembarkation with the PMDG coach, and we will also do the disembarkation with the air stairs that come out the side of the fuselage. So remind me when we get there, or we do throw it out and get the doors open, we'll extend the air stairs. Right, let's have a look here. Proper descent, 502 nautical miles. We can look at descent winds. We can click the request and it will potentially try and pull in our data that we've added in through our weather updates today. We can also set a transition level for the descent, which I think is usually about 5-0. That wind's ready. Let's see if it's in the correct format for it though. There we go, look at that. And we could do 5,000, we can execute that, so we commit that. We've got our descent forecast in there too. ISA deviation on our Simbrief flight plan as well. +2. Does this work with keyboard? Oh, no idea. I wouldn't like to try. Oh, it's not going to let me put that in, is it? That's fine. So now it's telling us with the winds. Top descent 490. You can descend now if you want to, but we're miles away. We don't really want to do that. And by the looks of it, we've got a TCAS warning. Let's see. Yes, there's TCAS, look, in action. Oh, there's an aircraft about to pass us. A couple of different displays for you. He's 20 miles out. He's level though. Question is, can we spot him? Good luck controlling with the keyboard, Jet. Yeah. Yeah, I can't do the destination QNH just yet because I can't actually find a valid METAR for it, Doc, unless you can find one. Let me check windy.com or something like that as well, or maybe Avia Weather. Perhaps I've got that on as well. He's gone, isn't he? Oh no, he's still there, somewhere. Who knows, he might appear. Borges, Kalispera to you in Greece, welcome. CTE's asking where can you find the specs. Use the specs command in the live chat, it will pop up there. You'll be able to see the hardware that we've got today. And MSFS settings wise, I've got a blend of high and ultra, mostly high. Oh, there's the contrails of that guy. Look at that. Just about starting to come into visible range now. Jax, welcome on board. Ian's got QNH 1015 for Skiathos. Jason's got a, yeah, from 850 Zulu. That's quite a long time ago, isn't it? It's now 1325 Zulu. You know what? We'll go with it. Thing is, the aeroplane will take the data, but it'll also then look at definitely putting it in the wrong format, aren't I? There we go. We're on our way. Antonio, welcome. What's your thoughts on the low resolution textures on some spots of the 737 model? You mean exterior, right? You mean like the engine cowlings and things? So for me, Central Media Films, I'm not bothered about that at all. Ultimately, I know that there are going to be livery creators on flightsim.to and wherever else they get painted that are going to create some absolutely stunning liveries for this aeroplane. So I don't think it's going to be too much of a worry, to be honest. It will get sorted. Sergio, my Metar link is 35 minutes old. I can't see your link. Actually, nearest active weather station, LGBL. Thank you. Let's have a look at that one. Got a nice 38 knots, sort of semi-crosswind, bit of a tailwind. The nearest active weather station is showing wind 080 degrees at 6 knots, all the nines, scattered cloud 3,500 feet, 16 degrees Celsius, dew point +8, and a QNH 1013. As of 7 minutes ago. Jeffrey, all because, well, I don't know, they contacted me and offered it to me. He's getting closer, isn't he? Now he's tracking towards. Now that'd be interesting to see what happens with TCAS, because I don't know if it's modelled, and I also don't know what the alerts are going to sound of. Actually, that's probably going to be the best option, isn't it, for us? So we can go descent page, forecast, we'll change to QNH 1013. Does it have a hood? So it depends on the spec. It does have the option of having a hood, if you want one. Scattered 035, just jotting down that METAR so I don't lose it. 16 degrees, dew point +8 degrees, QNH 1013. Tom B, welcome on board as well, thanks for subscribing. He's now in render distance because I can see his strobes, which is rather ominous. Where's he going? That's the question. We don't know any release dates or prices yet, Jamo, sadly. I'm going to try and find him on Volanta. We'll be able to see who he is. He is Emirates 64 Whiskey Papa to Dubai, 777 Whiskey. Ed Thorne, fantastic, welcome. That's a good shout as well, actually, Doc. We can set the fixed rings before top of descent. We've got quite a few miles, haven't we, to top of descent, though. 439 nautical miles. Turn VOR 2 off as well, because that's just monitoring nothing. No point doing that. Aussie Bandit's asking, does it handle well? It does, yeah. You know what? I find it really enjoyable. I guess that would be just the best we can do, isn't it, Ashley, in relation to QNH? We'll be able to get that local pressure for LGBL. Look at that. fantastic contrails as well. Yeah, they've said it will be affordable. They've said it will be a pleasant surprise. So who knows? Watch this space. They are packaging them all separately as well, don't forget. So the 700 will be available with its 3 variants, the cargo, the passenger and the BBJ together in one product. Then the 600 will release roughly 6 weeks later. That will have a similar set of options. That will be a separate aircraft add-on. And the 800 will be then 6 weeks after that. Automator, good morning. Hope you're okay. Beeline Pilot, Brussels released today. It did. Beautiful airport scenery. If you missed the videos I've put out for that, then do check it out if you're not sure what it is or if it's any good. Rasavin in Smartwings nav department. Seriously, wow, welcome. Hope you're enjoying it. Should have contacted you in advance. You could have given me a load of route data. That'd have been great. It's great to have you with us. So Will was asking a question. Let me scroll up and find it. Is the FMC able to import Simbrief flight plan? It certainly is, yes. And I've got a tutorial going live about that, covering that in 3-4 hours. How does that sound? What I'm hoping to get done is a tutorial that will focus on cold and dark through to engine start, then a takeoff tutorial just showing you how, if you're a new aircraft 737 flyer like myself, how to get airborne, get stable in the climb and get up to cruise. And then we will look at descent and things like that as well. And I think I'm probably going to do an approach into Skiathos in the tutorial, if that sounds great. And if it sounds good to all of you guys watching as well, 456 of you. It's great to see so many of you tune in today, so many likes. So thank you very much, really appreciate all of you, it's great. Then I'll get them released so that they're all available to download, and you'll be able to watch them pre-release for the 737. So the second you get behind those controls, you've got some useful tutorials in a really easy to understand format ready to go. That's the plan anyway. Tony Bagman, welcome on board. Knox, how do you mean? Sita is waiting. He's been waiting for this since Microsoft Flight Simulator came out. Absolutely, yeah. Haven't we all? 3 years in development, this 737. And I'm sure you can agree, PMDG have done a really nice job of it. Look at the fur. Look at that leather sort of wear as well from the elbows on the armrest. Click that out the way, and then it will reveal those incredibly nicely detailed buttons. Look at that. Aussie, not used the cargo or the BBJ versions yet. No. Chris is asking how are the frames. This is, as I've said a few times now, this is so far the most stable, smoothest experience I've had in Microsoft Flight Simulator to date. In fact, I find that it performs a lot better, a lot smoother than the Flyby A32NX. So there's a bit of a baseline comparison. This is better performing. Just need some furry dice, John. We'll dangle them here, yeah? Love it. We've not had any pea soup yet either. We departed through a little bit of pea soup, but we've not. We should be okay when we get towards there. Dead leg, exactly. It's got a little bit of translucence to it. Oh, Site, now that's a question I don't know the answer to. I'd love to, but it's up to the PMDG folks, of course. Right, while we're in the cruise, let's click that. We can hide that a little bit, and I can show you guys some of these options. So Cabin lights, you can set them to auto, you can turn them to manual if you like, and you can set 50%, 75, full, etc. It will work in automatic to try and match the time of the day and things like that too. With the package, PMDG have released, well, there's going to be a really useful, very detailed 120-page manual covering all of the different configurable options and everything else here too. When we're on the ground, we're going to look at the ground services options and things. There's a lot to get stuck into in relation to all of this. And you can also explore the failures menu. Now, we're not going to sort of go through this today because I probably wouldn't know what to do if something did go horrendously wrong. But you can go through the different menus here and you can be like, right, I can program some wheels and brake failure. Definitely don't want a brake failure into Skiathos, that's going to be horrendous. You can also turn on service-based failures. So here, simulation page, you can go to service-based failures, you can turn them on, and effectively the oil will need replacing, the engines might need a service. If you don't, you might find that all of a sudden things will start to go wrong within the failures options and things. You can split, you can choose to sync displays, and you can also set things like auto throttle, manual overrides, hide idles, flares, and you can configure your callouts depending on what you like, what your preference is as well. For example, I've turned the rotate one off. Pause at top of descent for those of you who like to walk away and come back to it a number of hours later. You can click that and it will just wait for you to come back. Lots of options. On the ground, when you're cold and dark, as we started today, you can click menu with everything off, cold and dark, and you can get into these pages. What you will find is that page 8 here, 8 out of 8, will become 8 out of 15. And in that sense, you'll be able to change things like your LEDs on the lights, the Wi-Fi, radomes, and enable things like the short field performance, which is what we've done today. Ben image detail high, you can change the sizing, and you can change the colours as well, and whether it sweeps or not. There's so many configurable options with this aeroplane that you've actually got the option to create a truly personalised experience. There you go, here's your 15 pages in equipment. So you can change between Honeywell and Collins. Honeywell is what we did the video in the other day. It looks like this. There we go, and you can change it on the fly, in flight. How's that? So you can pick which one you like. After takeoff as well, you can decide whether or not you like wings level or heading select. And what that means is, I'll get it out, so I've got it out properly. This option allows you to decide if the aeroplane will maintain a wings level attitude or turn to follow the heading bug immediately after takeoff. Most airlines use the wing level option. Glide slope capture before lock. That's set to deny for me at the moment, but it basically allows you to choose whether or not the autopilot / the flight director will command the aeroplane to follow the glide slope on an approach, even if the localizer is not yet being captured. There is an airline-specific policy, it says in the manual, in relation to this, and they will select the equipment option they want from Boeing, so it adheres to the relevant specific corporate policy. So some might allow it, some might not. But you can choose it. But generally speaking, in the manual it says the deny option is the safer, more conservative option. Autoland fail pass. Fail operation allows for the reduction of a drift angle during crosswind autoland and provides steering guidance on the runway after touchdown through the rudder servo, thus allowing the Cat 2 Bravo visibility approaches. And it uses a third self-contained inertial reference unit located inside the ISFD and requires the Collins mode control panel. So that will only work, autoland fail pass will only work with Collins selected. Engine double D rate, that's the reduction of takeoff thrust to the equivalent of the CFM56 engine, rated approximately 4,000 pounds thrust lower than the engine's actually capable of producing. So a double D rate for £26,000 of thrust results in an M1 takeoff thrust setting corresponding to that of £22,000 of thrust from the manual there as well. So there are so many options. Company cost index is a default. We've changed the value today, but you can change a default value there should you want to. And here's some more of your minimum callouts too. So you can turn them all on if you want, you can turn them all off if you wish. Airspeed warnings, terrain peak warnings. I've turned water to cyan on as well, but you can turn that off. And you can have the options of ETOPS and things too. Standby instruments, you can change these. So it allows you, basically, whether or not you want the ISFD with RMI, or the separate standby instrument option installed. The integrated standby flight display is an electronic solid state digital display that contains its own backup battery source. The separate one provides the attitude indicator, the airspeed indicator, and the altitude as separate manual old school style instruments as well. We'll keep it at that one, it looks pretty good. HGS installed. That's going to basically allow you to decide if the heads up display is installed in your flight deck. So you guys are asking about that. There she is. And it's the simple click of a switch. Captain LX, I don't think it's too bad, to be honest. Oh, is that... I thought that was Dan, but it's not. I thought it was Dan tricking me again with pretending that was a controller online. KLM 053, Ton, hello. Both flight level 350 heading to Raksad, but he's flying fast to see or climb to flight level 370. Ah, very kind. Or... Now I don't know if this works, but there is a offset button in here. Let's turn the heads up display off, we don't need it. There's your short field package that we've selected, and you can change the steel brakes if you want to have a bit of brake wear and tear. Eyebrow windows as well if you like that sort of stuff. There's the air stairs installed, we'll use that when we get to Skiathos. Well, lots of options, look. So, truly manual, personalised experience there. Legs, well, where are we? We've got to try and find the option that I want now. Offset route. Offset distance, 1 mile. Valid entry, maybe it's going to be 1/R. No, 1.0. See, I'm learning the Boeing as we go. I'm sure someone will know how to use that. Are there vibrations visible like in the PMDG DC6? Not massive ones, that from what I've noticed. In short, the DC6, the panels are kind of like loose, so they will all shake depending on the power setting of the aeroplane. Noronka, hello, welcome. Great to have you with us on board today. How's the frames per second? Absolutely fantastic. I can't fault them. I've found them to be a lot more stable than the A32NX, which is remarkable. Jay, good afternoon to you as well. Stephen, can you import your Simbrief flight plan? You can. 001.0, legend. Colin, thank you. Knew we got some Boeing pilots in the house today. Oh, maybe not. FH, weather radar, is it functional? No, not yet. But that is because they're waiting for Sobo to basically add it in. It's the 737-700, Alex, initially, then the 600 will come across as well. R1 or L1? Ooh. Oh, yes. Look at that. So we could have done Babbitt. I don't know if this is going to take it now because we've requested it. Not in flight plan, we've already gone past it. That's a shame. I wonder if there's a way to get it to do it now, though, as an offset. Raksad. There we go. We've asked it to do it now. It's going to now navigate to an offset. Look at this. I think this is the first aircraft to configure with offset track. And I've just sent a message to the KLM aircraft to let them know. We're just going to monitor this. There you go, look at that. He's literally just flown us a nice little 1 mile line. So we go to 5 miles. That's 2.5 miles. So the magenta line should go alongside this now, the edge of this sort of first blip almost. And there's this offset track that it's drawing for itself as well. Has this been shown yet? I don't know if it has. There we go. Now we're flying an offset track. How insane. And if you wanted a left 1 mile track, you could go L1 or L2 for 2 miles. John, now that's cool. It is, isn't it? So if you're doing things like, I don't know, some really big, busy event on VATSIM, Prague, for example, and you find yourself in very congested airspace, there's the KLM aircraft. 2 nav lights there. You can find yourself chatting to a couple of pilots and say, I'll offset by 1 mile to the right. Jep's asking, what is an offset? That's a really good question, actually. You should probably explain it. So we've told the aeroplane what we want to do is fly 1 mile to the right-hand side of our actual flight plan route until the end waypoint of Raksad. So that's in 206 nautical miles. So we've asked it to fly 1 mile to the right of our track, our magenta line, our flight plan, all the way up to Raksad, and then it will bring itself back onto the magenta line, so it's flying the accurate route again. So you can see if we zoom in here, the aeroplane is 1 mile to the right hand side of our track. And we'll be able to clear that if we want to as well, of course, and it will navigate its way back should we need to cancel it early. Crazy Dan, welcome aboard. Ian Lighting, nice to see this has been added. I think it's the only aircraft in Microsoft Flight Simulator that offers an offset track so far. $400 likes, thanks guys, remarkable. This is great, really good to have you all on board with us. I hope you're loving everything so far. There's our top of descent coming up. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that, and in fact what we can do now is we can make sure we've got our arrival data in place too. So we're going to compare the latest METAR. We're using a different nearby airfield which has got an active weather station for this to get the most accurate. I'm just going to check Skiathos again just in case. No, and yeah, we haven't got one updated. So winds currently at LGBL, which is the next nearest weather station that's open, shows winds 080 degrees at 6 knots, scattered cloud 3,500 feet, 16 degrees Celsius, and QNH 1013. We're going to configure for the Thessaloniki 1 Charlie arrival into Skiathos, and we're going to fly the NDB 01 approach as well, with a little bit of manual flying required too. There's the approach transition in the flight plan. 312 miles to top of descent. What we want is a fixed ring. So if I show you guys Navigraph, hopefully the KLM chap Ton will let us know when he does overtake. Though actually, has he already overtaken? Not yet. I think he's about to though, isn't he? Oh, he's there. Anyway, I'll put the view here, and then we'll have a little look at Navigraph and we'll talk through some stuff. The Ace Aviation, hello to you. Olympic 260, welcome on board. It's great to have you with us. So here's Navigraph. Good old Navigraph charts, trusty Navigraph charts. We've got the ultimate subscription with this. Jay, guys, can we reach 500 likes? That'd be great. It certainly would, wouldn't it? We're going to clear the pin charts for Prague. We don't need those anymore. Let's clear those, neaten up the charts a little bit. And there's our Thessaloniki 1 Charlie departure, or arrival I should say, into Skiathos. So we're going to overfly Thessaloniki's VOR. 112.1 is the frequency. We can tune that if we want to, perhaps going into nav 2 or something. And then we're going to go direct towards the Skopilos VOR, 113.4. We're going to go inbound 155 degrees to Skopilos. And all the while we're going to be descending with VNAV. We're going to test the VNAV down to 4,000 feet. We'll have the Skopilos VOR tuned as well. There's also in grey Skiathos NDB 326, so we're going to tune that too. Ollie, we have got Orbex Skiathos. Yeah, it's a beautiful scenery as well. But as you can see from here, we need to get from Skopilos to the runway at Skiathos. And the only chart we've got for runway 01 is this. MHD I will do at some point in the future. So we're going to hit Skopilos, and at that point we're going to flick from LNAV to heading mode, because we're going to have an intentional discontinuity between the two here. So this isn't going to be in our nav display. We're going to fly outbound from Skopilos on a track of 203 degrees to 10 DME. So we're going to put a fixed ring of 10 miles in to assist us. So we've got that visual cue on the flight plan, or on the nav display rather, to show when we get to 10 miles. And as we're doing that, we're going to descend from 4,000 feet. There's our track of 203. Down to 2,000 feet with the local QNH set by 10 DME. And at that point we're going to start a right turn, then intercept an inbound course of 008 degrees. Very gentle descent to 1,600 feet as we configure then for our final approach from FQ01. We'll turn the autopilot off. It should be visual with the runway at that point. And we'll then go flaps 30, which is going to be our final maximum flap setting for today. And we're going to then fly a manually flown, hand-flown approach into Skiathos, because you guys want to see how good it is, right? There's our minimums for today, 1,600 feet, but it's non-CFDA, and what a real CRJ captain in the States has taught me, when it says non-CFDA, we need to add 50 feet, because that thrust application for the go-around, we need about 50 feet extra. We don't want to bust below that minimums if we need to declare a missed approach due to weather or anything like that. So we're going to set in our minimums today 1,650 feet, which is actually also confirmed there as a circle to land. See, I've done this a lot in the A320neo, and I'm quite comfortable with it in the A320neo. This though, I've done it once. Lorentz getting ready to fly to Calvi, runway 36. Lovely, beautiful airport there. So in here, with what we've just sort of discussed with Navigraph, we want to add Skopilos in as our fixed ring. So SKP. We can go a beam, but we can also just do /10, like so. If we want to make sure that we've got a course set outbound from Skopilos, so we're going to use Skopilos on VOR 1 today. Actually, we could use VOR 2 because INOP ADF 1. So we're going to tune ADF 2, sorry, is INOP. So we're going to tune ADF 1 into Skiathos 326, which is down here. We'll transfer that across. Might as well turn the tone on as well. And then we want Skopilos 1134 in nav 1, which is down here, 1134. Sorry, actually, we want it on nav 2, 1134. Like so. Transfer that across. If we want to as well, we might as well tune the Thessaloniki VOR here, which is 1121. As we cross that and head inbound Skopilos, we can flick between VOR 1 down to ADF 1 perhaps. And then we'll track Skopilos on VOR 2, which is up here. Colin, welcome on board. Paul, welcome on board. There goes the spam bot thingies again. Thanks, Alberto, good man. We need a... we need to get some moderators on board today, don't we? That's one of the big problems with YouTube, sadly. Right, what else? Our course, our inbound course. 203, so let's set that, but we're going to be on nav 2, so want that course set over on the co-pilot side. 203, happy days. How are we doing with the overtake? There's a little plane over there. Can't see anybody else nearby, so that must be the KLM. I thought he said he was flying faster than us. Colin. Oh dear. Love it. He's getting pretty close, isn't he? But we're going to be in Raksat in 130 or so miles. Explosive, I'm doing really good, thank you. Okay, so we've got Skopilos in. We've got our 10-mile fixed ring as well, and if you want to see that, we go to plan mode, and we can go to, say, legs, next page, bring that down a little bit. There's our fixed ring, look, which is the green line. And the blue line, got it all going on here, the blue line is the missed approach, plus the hold at Skopilos. So if we do have to go around for any reason, let's go down a page, zoom in a bit more. There we go. If we do have to go around, we can go back onto LNAV and the aeroplane will fly the blue line up to 2,500 feet and then a right turn to Skopilos for that published charted hold there, which is really good. So that's in there as well. Look how good this aeroplane is. And interestingly enough, today actually, did it yesterday, didn't have that in, but the nav display is showing it quite nicely there, so we could in theory leave it on LNAV as we fly outbound Skopilos, but I'll do heading mode so you guys can see how the heading mode works on the aeroplane. MHD, mind your language. Can't have the night lighting just yet because it messes with the live weather sometimes, so Friday, try and do the same. If you want to do steps and things as well, you can do steps. Let's go back to map mode. And we're still flying that 1 mile offset flight plan, look. And look how nicely it's doing that. Presupplier, welcome on board. Asking, how do you feel about the completeness of the 737? Is there anything you know of so far that doesn't work? Maybe doesn't work quite right yet. So the sounds are still work in progress. Sounds are still in quite a bit of development and tweaking. But everything I've seen so far, as somebody with 0 hours on a 737, I mean, we're flying an offset route 1 mile to the right of our pre-planned track, and it's doing it really nicely without really much sweat, much pressure, much drama. Everything that I've explored so far, it's remarkably good. Low, so I set my frames per second outside the sim. In fact, if you want a link to a tutorial that I've done to show you how to do it, I will find it for you now, so bear with me. I mean, you guys are watching it. What do you think of the PMDG so far? Do you think it looks worthy in MSFS? Do you think it's a perfect pairing together? Okay, right. In the live chat then, there is a link for whoever was asking about setting frames per second for it to be locked inside. Tony Flight Train, hello, inside your NVIDIA graphics controller center, basically. Brian, I'm not sure if they will liven up the circuit breakers, to be honest. I mean, personally, it's not something I would want to do anyway myself. If you want to hold, by the way, at Skiathos, you can go into the hold and it will fly a hold as well. You can add speed targets if you want to. It will pull in the nav data from your Navigraph subscription too, and it will put it in there too if you want as well, which is quite cool. MHD, I've already said I'm going to have a look at the night lighting soon. Centurio maybe do an East Coast US flight, should get some nice night and early morning there at your normal stream time. I could get a pairing set up if you like. So in the club lounge at the moment, we're looking at doing a little bit in the States, 3 legs with the Southwest livery over the next few days. That's heading mode actually, that's heading there. Tony's saying this is looking great, much better than FS9. Day 1 purchase for Brian as well. How are you so off LNAV, Carlos? We've set an offset route. So in the legs, in the route page, sorry, we've set a lateral offset with our route today. So there's a KLM aircraft. There he is. He's overtaking in another 737. So we've spoke to each other via text on vPilot, and he said he's going to climb a little bit to go past, and then I've said, well, basically we thought we would give this a little go too. We'd see if it works, and it does. We've offset our route by 1 mile to the right hand side, so it's flying that offset all the way up to Raksad, and then it will go back on the line for us as well. Martin says, will it support RNAV RMP approaches? Really impressed so far, suspect it's going to be a purchase from me. So it does, yeah, though I probably wouldn't know how to fly one to begin with until I've given it a go a few times. Colin's asking, how do you fuel the aircraft? With pounds in the default menu or like the fibre in an EFB? So there's no EFB at the moment, that is going to come in the future. But you do it inside the FMS. You hit menu, FS actions, and then you can add fuel, you can change your payload, you can open and close doors, and you can fiddle around with cabin lights there as well. AJL from Tennessee, good morning. Anton, good morning to you as well. Mateus asking what's the price. I'm not sure, to be honest with you. Jay saying this could be the best aeroplane yet. Ian, you know what? My thoughts exactly. When I started flying this for the first time, I thought this is exactly what Microsoft Flight Simulator needed. Colin said, oh, where'd it go? That's just snapped. Centurio, welcome back. I've lost the comment I was going to read out. There we go. Where is it? Colin was asking a question. So this is truly amazing. It certainly is. And then he said, my dad's a Boeing 737 pilot at Transavia, Holland. He said, based on Chewie's stream, the plane is quite similar to real life. That's great to hear. They have done a beautiful job with it. And it will take a type-rated pilot to scratch through it and find things that might not be quite right. Headcase asking, what about the cabin? So you can just get some sweet screenshot there. Look at that. 737 racing a 737. Look at that, wow. There is a cabin, yeah. You can bust through it using the drone camera mode, which was great. You pointed out to me a little while ago. Is that KLM flight, by the way, going into Skiathos? There's the cabin. So we're going to do a little bit of turbulent air again. This is the problem with drone camera. Aaron Slutsky, welcome on board. Ollie, another 737 flight, I reckon Friday. What do you think? I reckon we can probably spot the overtaker through the wings. Let's see. Oh, just wrong view. There's another one. There's someone else going the other way. Well, this airspace is busy. There he is. Swim and climb, very kind. Flight decks are sim, British Avgeek are awesome. Can't wait for future flights in this beautiful sim. Tom asking, do you have a guess of when it will be released for us to purchase? Hopefully soon, hopefully soon. My God, we've got the crossover right to left, and then we've got the KLM overtaking. That's fantastic. Riley Black, welcome on board. Will it have ACARS? Not sure. Swells, can you not set custom views in the cabin yet? So we've set the custom views, but with the way the custom views work, you end up with this sort of like hollow low poly version, which is absolutely fine. For me, it's all about these custom wing views looking stunning. Harry's asking, does it have built-in air stairs? It does. And when we get to Skiathos, I'll deploy them so you guys can see what it looks like. We're looking at 2 streams this weekend with this preview version. We're going to be doing one in the US and then potentially one somewhere else as well. Friday and Saturday, perhaps. Carlos, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Very generous of you to drop a super chat. Cheers, buddy. Jeff saying, if you save a custom view in the cabin, you can walk around with the cam locked to the plane's frame of reference. Well, I wouldn't even know how to do that. How would you say the clarity of small text and such is? In my experience, Microsoft Flight Simulator is a bit more blurry for things like the next plane. Do you mean in the cabin, like the decals here? They look pretty clear to me. Look at that. Test the TCAS, Jim's saying.
£8. Thank you for showing us this amazing add-on.
You're most welcome, Carlos. Thank you very much. Really kind of you to drop a super chat. Very generous of you. Almost 500 likes as well, folks. This is awesome. Cheers, buddies. That's amazing. Or Just Fight 146. We're going to be doing another one of those soon as well. The preview of the 146 from Just Flight coming soon too. That's a fantastic aeroplane. A lot more manual sort of flying and stuff like that. Ollie's saying one minor sort of criticism from Ollie would be quite nice if they reduced the bounce of the wings a little bit. How does the aircraft have the jet stream? Toad Ninja is asking. It's a visual effect that's been put in, I guess. There's that KLM. All of today's screenshots will go onto Volanta as well. And I'll pick 4 as always and stick them onto our Instagram feed, Facebook and things like that too. If he's there, we should... There he is. We should be able to spot him from the flight deck window. How's that? Jim, is TCAS implemented? We've certainly heard the sirens for it. A little reminder as well, of course, everything you are seeing today is a beta. It is a work in progress, so things might change prior to the release. How come the KLM doesn't have any contrails? That's an AIG model, so I don't think they've got them configured, but it might actually well just be a feature of how that particular add-on reduces the AI. Who knows? It could be the outside air temperature as well. Pick up the pace. I wish. I'm going to have to slow down soon, potentially, because we're going to be on a converging path with one another at our next waypoint, Raksad. We're going to watch the aeroplane take itself out of the offset track back onto our flight plan route. So now that his overtake's out the way, we're going to then, at the next waypoint, 39 miles, the aeroplane will bring itself back into line with the magenta flight plan route there. I mean that alone shows you how complex the simulation is from PMDG. There we go. So Olympic 260 saying TCAS is working in the 737-700. Thankfully we've not triggered it yet. It's fully working with both TA and RA, so that's great to hear. Weather radar is in op at the moment, yet due to Asobo not updating the weather API yet. So what they're doing at the moment is, I think it's Sim Update 10 was it, which I think is due around July time. They're going to release the weather API data for developers to then be able to enjoy adding in their custom weather mapping and things like that. String Bean, have I set the fix page? I certainly have. There we go, Skopilos. We've got a 10-mile fix ring around it. MFA, welcome on board as well. We are on VATSIM. Thanks for joining us. Any reason why we're not in VNAV mode? I think just because we've gone onto an offset flight plan. That's all it is. There you go. We can go back onto VNAV. Aerosoft just released Brussels. That's an incredibly good bit of scenery creation by Joe Allend and the team. 30-knot crosswind across us there. Imbert's asking how many minutes until top of descent. There you go. 25Z, so 15 minutes to top of descent, in fact. And we've done our forecasts as well with winds and things through different flight levels throughout that descent as well. Might do a final METAR check. The nearest one is LGBL with an active weather station. QNH still 1013. Winds are now 070 at 5 knots at that airfield. So I think based upon what we've got at Skiathos with the earlier METAR from 850Z, it was suggesting a 4-knot tailwind, but we might have a bit of a crosswind, who knows. Great spot, Explosive. I think I might have missed that. Jim, great stream. Aviate, navigate, communicate, scan the live chat. Love it. Absolutely. There's the end of our offset as well, so you can see how the aeroplane's already thinking ahead of itself. Going, right, 16 miles to Raksad. That little magenta line there is going to get us back onto our flight plan route as we then go back towards, which at that point will be Thessaloniki's VOR, which is now 130 miles away. We can see it tracking. String Beam, if I recall, there is a Boeing part number on the side window grab handle. Which one? This one? Yes, look at that. Captain Paul D, welcome. How are you, buddy? Hope you're having a good week. Ring Beam, PMDG had the software approved by Boeing back then in the day themselves. It shows, it shows. And there's the circuit breaker panel. Look at the texture work there. So good. Wesley, the 7 tree. Very nice, thank you. I think it is rapidly overtaken everything else to become my favourite aircraft. I mean, it could even do route offsets, if you are just tuning in. Do route offsets and things like that as well. Remarkable bit of work. End of offset as a warning now, as a message on our FMS, FMC, and also message and offset are illuminated on the right hand side here too. We can clear that. So now that's the aeroplane basically telling us the offset's ending now. And look, we're steering back onto our path. 10 degrees max bank, although actually it's gone above 10 degrees. MFA's asking, what's your call sign? We are Sky Travel 2238. It's the terribly uncomfortable centre fold down jump seat work too, give me shelter. You know what, I have no idea. Interestingly, my sim is frozen. Roscoe, hyped. Bank limit only works with VOR lock and heading hold. British Advocate, go up. Thank you. Need some 737 pros in the chat to assist us today. I wonder if the offset's maybe giving it a bit too much for today. Matthew was asking, what's the frames compared to fly-by-wire? It's been very, very good actually, has to be said. I've found that it's more stable than the fly-by-wire for me. It's a lot smoother. James, I hope not. I'm going to do a quick state save on Volanta, I think. We can wait, we can wait. We're all good. Ominous though. I wonder if the offset has pushed... Oh! What was that noise? It's disconnected me from VATSIM. We can wait. I don't want to fiddle around too much with it. Has it crashed? Not actually sure at the moment. Insert 50p, yeah. I need a credit, somebody. Don't cross too much though, explosive. Yoep's had 2 MSFS related crash to desktops today. That's never good, is it? I mean, we're still clinging on, we're still clinging on. Rotifib, I do have at least one save from Volanta earlier, but that was after departure, I think, wasn't it? ETA still counting down. That's ominous, isn't it? That means it's still doing something in the background. Let's see if I can click something here. Dan was saying Volanta for Dan's been responsible for some crash to desktop, so stop using it, no more problems. Interesting. We're still waiting. Don't click very much, that's for sure. I've been forcibly disconnected from VATSIM, interestingly. It says command failed. I mean, I've had this before in, I think, the CRJ, where it's done it for a couple of months, or I've done it for a couple of minutes, and then it's really sort of figured itself out. And as Colin said there, it will sort itself out. Who knows? Press the window button on keyboard, then click in the sim. But at the moment, interestingly, I can't. Yeah, the rest of my PC is running okay. New bricks, exactly. So we're just going to have to wait, see what it does. As Colin said, hopefully it will come back. Reese, at the moment we are stationary for about 30 miles to top of descent, perhaps. Oh, Ollie, don't say that, that's never good. Ian had the same thing happen, had to disconnect, sort it from Vienna. MFA asking about live weather. So Asobo need to release the API before developers can actually go ahead and do anything. to create sort of custom weather and things like that. So who knows? Ollie waited 10 minutes and nothing happened. That's not good. See if FS 2020 is responding in the Windows Task Manager. There's an idea. See, I'm not techie enough for this stuff. Yeah, it's showing 13% CPU use. Well, interestingly, GPU's dropped to 0%. Thing is, I'm loathed to dump it. Got Google Chrome using a little bit of GPU, as is Spotify and a few other bits, Volanta and that sort of thing. But interestingly, it's showing GPU 0% on Microsoft Flight Simulator, CPU 10% at the moment. Fetal whelp. Honestly, I'm dying inside. Let's hope this does come back on. Can you active pause in the top? No, the sim itself is just locked up at the moment. How do we fix this then? Expand the Microsoft Flight Simulator file. Jim's Long Road had the same thing. Me last finals into MSP, eventually Flight Sim 2020 crashed, perhaps it's a Volanta issue. Not sure. It just shows Microsoft Flight Simulator is not responding at the moment. Ian. Well, this is a new one on me. Jeff, I'll take a frozen cockpit over no cockpit any day, Captain Sim. BKG, will it crash everything though? That's the question. Is it going to crash to desktop and things like that? Windows Control Shift B. Ellis asking, how's the 737? Beautiful actually so far. Okay, I'm resetting the graphics card. I don't think that will do anything inside MSFS though, will it? Just flicking through a number of different things on Task Manager at the moment to try and find stuff that might give me a bit of a clue. There was me saying earlier, oh yeah, I always make sure that I've got my flight simulator and 35 frames per second. Now look what happens. Lee, can we see an outside view? I wish. At the moment, it's not working. Pieter, Windows Control Shift B, I've just done that. Everything else is responding fine, except for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Does it have crash logs at all? No. MSFS doesn't, no. What do we reckon? We could do a crash to desktop and we can pick somewhere local. We can spawn in perhaps Thessaloniki. We can do the remainder of the flight. How does that sound? It's always fun when these things happen. Usually, it's okay. What does the event log say? How do I find that? trials and tribulations of flight sim. Yes, that's a good way of saying it. Still hear the CPU fans as well as the graphic cards fans. I can, but they're not like super loud. Right, I'm just going to look on Volanta for somewhere else to spawn, and we're going to create a quick time flight plan from somewhere else, and we'll fly into Skiathos still anyway. How does that sound? Skopje, for example, could be an option. LWSK, it'll be default scenery though, but that's not far off where we are at the moment. LWSK, so let me just plan something on Simbrief quickly. New flights. Right, time to kill the sim, folks. We're going to reboot because my flight sim has seemed to have given up the ghost. So, down it goes. That's real frustrating, isn't it? We were enjoying a really nice offset there as well. Anyway, run as administrator. Let's get this thing fired back up again, shall we? There was Volanta anyway, if I show you this. While we wait. I'm thinking we can load up at Skopje because Raksad was just here. Look at this offset line that the 737 was flying as we were sort of... Well, we added the offset there. It flew this beautiful line. That was our route so far. Got all the way to there before the sim decided to be problematic all of a sudden. Rather disappointing. Skopje is probably a good idea. Or we could do Thessaloniki. Anyway, the sim is booting. Breeze to desktop, Ollie. Thank you. Ashley LWSK. That's the one. Just going to grab the flight plans for that quick as well. If PMDG flight plan. Weather uplink. Cut. Local state. Packages. 737 work. Flight plans. Paste. Done. I need that calculator now. Doctor on board, if you're still about. Good thing is we can see another cold and dark. Yeah, we can see another cold and dark setup. I mean, if anyone wants to fly with us now, we're about to go from Skopje on VATSIM, so hey ho. How'd you screenshot? Good question. Don't know. Let's see. I go on my Windows thing. It'll be Windows key and G to start the Xbox profile, I think, and then I'll load in. It'll allow its normal mode. Right, bear with me. An unintentional, random problem that we've run into. All is well. We'll be back soon. Liney from Orbex, Johnny. From Orbex. I don't have it installed though, sadly. Let's see if I can find that one. I mean, we could just do from Thessaloniki, but we were almost at Thessaloniki, weren't we? In fact, let's do Thessaloniki. Let's do Thessaloniki. It's pretty much along the same route, isn't it? Part runway 10. Perhaps I was a bit too keen with the offset track. Maybe it's too tight. Maybe I could have done like a 2-mile track or something like that, 3-mile track, just to give it that easier gradient for it to chase. Work flight plans. So this is a beta anyway, but I don't think I'm fairly certain the 737 wasn't the problem here. Right, we're gonna go from Thessaloniki. It's a short hop. By the time we've spawned in anyway, it would have been we'd be roughly flying over Thessaloniki anyway, so it's remaining along that sort of route line, I suppose. Irfan, did the sim crash? It locked up bizarrely. Not quite sure why. Colin, what's the application you use with the map? That is... that was Valanta. Refsguard, welcome on board. Colin's going to join the flight as well. Thessaloniki, folks. LGTS. To Skiathos, LGSK. Just got to get bits set up anyway. And I appreciate all of them. I mean, there's 416 of you currently watching, so hopefully you are enjoying the stream so far. Notwithstanding the crash to desktop, of course. But hey, I guess these things happen in flight sim. It shouldn't take us too long anyway. Ron van der Sar, that was Valanta. It's available for free, created by Orbex actually. Actually, LGSK, yeah, it's a little bit. It was a little bit closer. Rotofib, it's all good. Just part of flight sim. Yeah, these things happen every now and again, don't they? But like Doctor on board said, it means that we can go through a cold and dark start again and get everything set up. And I'm going to see how fast I can do it. Actually, see if we can do it quickly. Here we go. Oh, that's strange. Updates are available. If that's the trigger. It suddenly decided there's an update for me and it's broke the sim. Right, let's go. Where's the main terminal? It's going to be here. So that's going to look pretty pog. Live weather. Aye, let's go. Ooh, Doc. Could do actually, if that's okay. Booster, perhaps that was the good shout actually. Perhaps it was, it could be the fact that I went on a right offset, which then I had to correct left when I was trying to then go right. And I almost got rid of the offset before I got to that waypoint. What's it giving us here for a route altitude, flight level 130. Here we go. Welcome folks to Thessaloniki. The PMDG 737 for Microsoft Flight Simulator. We should start the stream again really, shouldn't we? Ay ay ay. Right, let's get drone camera fixed. There we are. Thankfully, the beautiful Thessaloniki freeware scenery installed as well, which makes it look quite cool. Let's get onto the VATSIM network as well. That would probably help. This is where I find out I've spawned on top of somebody in haste. Route LKP1 Golf, Lekpo, and then we're going to go straight into, well, towards Skopilos, I think. We'll go through it in a second once I've got my head around a few little bits. I need to pre-file the flight on VATSIM now as well. Sign in use. Roger. That. So we've got our new flight plan. We're in. Via AMSIV apparently. Right. So our route now, it's going to look like something like the string that's in the live chat there. Right, let's go straight into power. So, battery. That one. Ground power. Aft. APU on. Up in the overhead. 2 clicks to nav. Door damper on. Work down the centre. Navigation. Work down the centre. Interesting. Right, we're going to have to keep an eye on that. I think it's probably because of hydraulics and stuff. There we go. That's my fault. There we are. They're on normal. Auto. That's all good. We've got that APU's firing up as well. We'll wait for the bus tie to show available. Galley power is on as well. Let's get APU onto Gen for the monitor of that. Get this sorted too. Window heat. That's on normal. Seatbelt signs on auto. That's on that. Cruise flight level 190. Don't know if we're going to get that high, to be honest. Ollie, you're so cool, I'll be having a panic attack. Don't worry, inside I'm dying. We need to find the bus gens. That's that way. Turn ground power off. Landing elevation back to 50, which is going to be our arrival elevation. Passenger cabin. Packs are off. Valve is open. APU bleed. And we're just going to go straight up to 190, I think. Let's set that just to get it on and done. We're just waiting for some of these systems to come alive effectively. Enter IRS position. FMC. Boss in it. I'm going to go take that. I'm going to put that there. LG. TS. For Thessaloniki. And the gate. Not even sure, I just picked one. What are we on? Steven. Oh, there we go. Big. So it's big enough. You can see it on a satellite. Okay, menu. FS actions, fuel on the Simbrief. Then let's see. Airtime of 32 minutes. That sounds good. Block fuel 4354. You guys get to see another takeoff now as well. Happy days. I'm gonna go route. I'm gonna go LGTS. I'm gonna see if this is working now. LGSK, because I've quickly thrown this into the work folder. Happy days. So departure. Runway 16, LKP1 Bravo departure, no transitions, let's execute that, and then we're going to go straight into the arrivals. Go Thessaloniki 1 Charlie, NDM01 via Skopilos, execute. Going to go wind, descent wing forecast. Also, while that's loading, we can put transition level of 5,000. And that will just load over the next few minutes. Well, lots of things to do on a cold and dark start, yeah. Ollie, especially with 500 viewers, we've all been there. We know what the sim can do to you. Been there, done that. Exactly. Got the t-shirt. Your voice is so calm. Yeah. James, your calm and collectedness is actually kind of inspirational. Thank you very much. You know what? Half the things that happen in Microsoft Flight Simulator are well out of our control. So it's no point us getting too sort of worked up about it, is there? These things happen, eh? We need to refresh our Volanta now. It's a shame. I was tracking the flight on our landing rate monitor for Osprey Airways as well. So we're just going to do this little dilly one now. Mikra. Runway 16. Let's see, let's pin some of these things here. Airport information, SIDS. Ekpo 1 Bravo. So runway 16 is that one, I think. Make sure that is that one. Runway 16, so heading south. Ekpo 1 Bravo. So we're just going to depart straight out over the Thessaloniki VOR, get to 10 DME, and then we're going to go inbound Lekpo, flight level 70 at or above. At that point, I'm going to be racing to get to flight level 190, our cruise. And then very quickly from there, we're going to be thinking about diving into one of these. Although we're going to be going direct, I think. By Amtsiv. I don't know where Amtsiv is. Don't have it, but in any case, do our best. We're going to end up in Skopilos regardless, or over Skopilos regardless, and then we're going to configure for that, which we already have briefed, so we kind of know what to expect from that. Joe, we are on VATSIM indeed. We're going to set 2000 TAR8, and we need to make sure we've got the correct things. Muddy Funkster, the sim broke, sadly, so we've had to scurry around and get everything set up again. We are 113.4, that's the one we want for Skopilos. I'm not going to worry about Thessaloniki VORs. We want ADF 336, was it? Or 326. Like so, we'll transfer that across. 34, that's the Skopilos VOR. And I might tune it in here as a bit of a standby just in case too. 1128 is set. And our METAR at the moment, LGTS. Let's see, 1012 for QNH. Runway heading 162. That's the wrong one. Long sound, not too biased towards any variant of the 737. Would you recommend the 700 for a noob or wait for the other variants? I'd say just go for it and enjoy the one that you've got. I get whichever one you want really. It's probably the easiest thing to say. 203 needs to go into nav 2 because that's what we just prepped prior to the sim braking. I'm going to follow a load of stuff soon as well to make sure I haven't missed anything.
Great, you have the pre-release beta to share with us.
Captain Shark, thank you very much, buddy. Really appreciate that. And yeah, it's super exciting, isn't it? Get rid of the master caution. Go back in here. We go menu, FS actions. We're going to go make sure the parking brake is set. We're going to remove the chocks, ground services. Get rid of those. Ground power's releasing automatically with it too. Payloads. We're happy with that. Doors. Actually look closed too. Good stuff. That's all gone out of the way. By the looks of it, stairs are departing as well. So when you remove the chocks, it will then trigger some of the other things too. Bram's asking about the yoke. Does it rotate? Yes. Go. That. Hide it for now though. Right, where were we? So we've done that. We want TVS 2238. Perf init page. Perf init request. Collins vPilot won't open. What? Do you get a message that sort of pops up to tell you what's happening with it, or Ben's looking forward to this 777? Ah, John, just missed it. Sorry, got my hands full. I'm going to leave the LKPR thing on the overhead panel, because that is our original journey, of course, from today. Cruise wind. Don't really need that with this such a short, such a short flight. Proper climb straight away, pretty much. 28834. In there. Transition altitude. I'll put just 5,000 again now. N1 limit. I'm going to go climb performance 1, I think, just to get us up there. Takeoff.
Your patience and dedication is an inspiration. On the other side, great to see more setups in the new plane. Good work, boss.
Ollie, thanks mate, really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Cheers for the super chats, cheers for the tip as well, Ollie, that's really generous. Great to see the other side, see more setups in the new plane, good work. That's always good to hear. Centre of gravity. This is where I drastically find that we've forgotten something. Winds 13013. And I'll just put in 1000 or cut back on. Not going to allow us actually, that's fine. Shan't worry about the nitty gritty of the realities of flying accurately in this instance. We're just going to get it back in the air with all the data that it needs for it to fly properly. Right, that's done. So we've done the takeoff page, we've done the V-speeds, we've done the position reports, we've done the perf, init perf stuff, and the POS. On the routes, route discontinuity. Interestingly, got a bit of a weird one there. Going to try and do Lekpo, Thessaloniki 30, Amsiv. Okay, invalid delete, and then it's going to be vectors from there by the looks of it, which is fine. I'm going to try and find that waypoint of Amsiv though. Okay, well that makes sense. What we can do is we can get to Amsiv, then we'll go direct to Skopilos. We'll skip past these instead. In fact, we could. Perhaps just do that. That just neatens it up for us. So from Amsiv, we've got a discontinuity, which is fine. We'll then go to heading mode quickly, go do a direct to enable cruise altitude on flight level 190. Fixed rings, we had Skopilos, didn't we? SKP. And we want 10 mile fixed ring. Legs. Done payload. Cruise. Descent forecast. It's all done as well. 40 miles to top of descent. We're going to probably get there in no time. 190, we're going to go straight to that. And we're going to set our V speeds, which was... Get in there, folks. We are getting there. Takeoff 136, 141, 146 V2 plus 10. Got L nav arms. APU's on, isn't it? Let's get these on. Let's plan our pushback as well. Click SKP, then on the discontinuity. Ah, there we go. Legends. Look at that. In no time, we're back up, ready to go. Thessaloniki traffic, Sky travel 2238, stand 7, push start facing west.
Cockpit to ground.
They're all on. They're all on.
Ground, stand by.
Packs are off. Isolation valves open. APU's on bleed. We're going to go engine 2 ground. Start the engine. Oh, I see. Where was it? Anti-collision lights. No, I forgot something. Haste. If need be, we'll fly around a little bit here too. Where's my checklists? Make sure I've not forgotten any.
Okay, sir. The bypass pin is installed. All doors and hatches.
Look at that,
closed and
guys.
all
You guys are
ground
brilliant.
equipment is removed.
Let's neaten that up nicely.
Parking brakes are set. You may lift.
Parking brake set.
Because we're almost going to be at top of descent as well, I'm going to add in our 1650, which is our minimums for our arrival, because otherwise I'll not get round to doing that.
We are cleared for start and push.
Okay, cleared for push start. Please release parking brake.
Parking brakes are released.
Commencing pushback. You can start the engines in sequence.
It will start in the sequence.
Right, where's that Volanta state save again? Let's get rid of it. Yeah, state save a few seconds ago. That's what it's literally doing at the moment. So it's definitely Volanta. Scrolling that barrow for a little while. Get in there. 1650 is what we want. There we go. For that. Didn't even know. Okay, engine 1, ground, we'll monitor the start. LNAV and VNAV need to go armed. VNAV will probably, once the engine stabilises. Damper, we'll make sure that's on. Max speeds, heading set, initial altitude set.
Set your parking brake.
Parking brakes set.
Light directors are on, left
Parking
and
brake
right.
set. Lowering aircraft.
Ground. You may disconnect.
Okay, sir. Cleared to disconnect. Pin has been removed.
Heat's on, we've done that. Altimeter's set, auto brake is set to RTO, com radios are set, doors are closed. Auto throttles on arm, left, right, centre fuel tanks as required. After 4 as required, electric pumps on, anti-coll on, parking brakes now reset anyway, and we're starting up already. So we've skipped past the rest of those. We've already done them. Secondary displays, engine packs off. After start checklist, generators 1 and 2 can go on. Like so. Probe heats on. Let's get these turned up a little. Wing anti-ice as required, we'll leave it off. Engine anti-ice, we'll leave it off as well. Packs can go to auto, 1 click across, and isolation valve, 1 click backwards onto automatic as well. APU bleed can go off, and the APU can now go off. Engine start switches, both go to continuous, 1 click across to the right for both. Flaps as required, flaps 1. Elevator trim set for takeoff. 582. Wrong way. Here we are. I will get back to the live chat in just a second. I'm keen to get this all done for you guys. Nice and quick. Thessaloniki traffic, Sky travel 2238, taxi to hold point Alpha 1, runway 16 via Charlie and Alpha. Thessaloniki traffic. Ignore that one for now. That's just me trying to fix the Skytrack thing. Just going to sort out the rudders. Make sure the taxi lights are on. Right, APU's slowly spooling down. That's all looking good. Stick that to Gen 1. Damper is there on as well. That's 19, they're all good. That's set, landing elevation set, cruise altitude set, and everything else is looking quite good for us. We've set 203 as the course. We're also going to set 008, the NDB, just as a visual cue there for us. So we're going to go VOR 2 on, turn traffic mode and terrain mode. Let's get rid of the music, because you guys are going to want to hear all the sounds for the remainder of today. And full takeoff checklist we'll do at the hold, so we're almost there, folks. Thanks for sticking with us. Christopher, we're not doing the return. Sadly, we never made it. Yes, possibly. Flaps 5 probably wouldn't be too much for departure, to be fair. And Giotis, welcome on board as well. Thanks for subscribing. This is a super short flight now, but we could pretend we've gone all the way from Prague. Ellis was asking a minute ago, is there anything about the aircraft that you don't like or that you think could be improved? In its current form, in the early access beta, no. Ultimately, the sounds are under a bit of revision at the moment, but everything so far, as you guys have seen, up to this stage, has been incredibly good. I mean, the terrain map looks remarkable as well, but that route offset that we did, no other aircraft in Flight Sim so far can do it inside Microsoft Flight Simulator, and do it so far. C Gaming 365, Josh Bowder, welcome folks as well. Got a habit of going offline here, trying to get everything sorted here. Jeff's, oh no, so Gamer Diol's saying, heard Chewy says the pitch on takeoff's too sensitive. I think so. Smooth flying, hello. I don't know, each to their own. I found it to be quite nice. You can kind of sense that it's unsticking from the runway. Execute, let's put departure, I just need to check where I'm going again, and we can do arrivals, Thessaloniki, execute. Oh, look at that folks, it's like nothing ever happened. Okay, we're going to go cracking straight into departure, providing there's no traffic towards. All takeoff checklists, go resets. Rate, fuel flow, that's done, anti-ice as required, cabin lights as required, flight instruments check, we've done that. All left, right, forwards and backwards, and we've checked our takeoff data as well with our V-speeds. Nav equipment's checked, and we've got LNAV, VNAV on standby, auto throttle is armed. landing lights, and we're going to flick these across to strobe there to transponder to TARA. It is. TFC, we've pushed that on the rollout as well. Thessaloniki traffic. Sky Travel 2238 is lining up runway 16, departing Lekpo 1 Bravo departure Thessaloniki. God bless all of you guys sat on Skiathos in the ground waiting for me as well. Got to mind that little bit of grass there. I know that's ironic for me to say that today. Cheetah says, Smartwings is one of my favourite aircraft, not sure why, but I feel like they're underrated. Well, how we get to fly them. Joshua, can you describe the aircraft in one word? Oh, remarkable. How's that? Or, I'm trying to think of maybe if there was another word I could use. That's me turning it really slowly. Right. We want thrust set. Just going to let it stabilise. There's the exhaust gas temperatures actually sort of lowering, which shows that the engines are stable. I'm going to hit the button, and we're off. This is where we find out we've forgotten something. Pucker, splendid. Hey, there's some great ways to describe this aeroplane.
80 knots.
Going for a bit more of a powerful departure today. For this second go.
V1.
Rotate.
V2.
Into a little bit of a crosswind. Gear up. Autopilot on. How much are you going to monitor? No thanks. Ollie's going for tremendous. Okay, so let's turn the landing gear off. This feels like the rest of this is going to go so fast. Runway turn lights off. Auto brake off. We're going to set that to 2 now because we're going to be on our way into Skiathos in no time. Engine start switches can go off. Gear leads in the office position and the cabin lights as required. Command A's been engaged already. We're going to head up to flap retraction speeds. Let's get them up. Going to monitor this. We're going to target flight level 190, go standard pressure for now. There you go, you get 2 departures and 1 takeoff from me. He looks great though. And it's nice to do another takeoff with it as well. Avoiding all that pea soup behind. Just monitor everything. Right, so we're already thinking about descent preparations. So what have we got? Engine instruments monitor check. ATIS airport information, we've got that. Altimeter check, radio set, reset NCP altitudes. Do that toward Thessaloniki VOR. We head back. Descent in 102 nautical miles apparently. But that will give us a bit more of an accurate reading once we get towards cruise. And with this climb rate, we'll be there in no time. while this is all doing that and I'm kind of monitoring everything, let's get Navigraph up for you guys. I'll show you the way. The way of Skiathos. Here we go. So we're going to try and route back round towards Thessaloniki, so that we can fly this, what we planned initially, down to Skiathos, down to Skopilos, and from there we're then going to fly outbound Skopilos, 203 degrees to 10 DME. We've put the fixed ring in as well, and then we're going to go round on a course of 008 degrees, turn the autopilot off, 1,650 feet minimums, and then we're going to hand fly the rest of the approach today. How's that for a quick refresh? Ay ay ay. Seatbelts, no smoking signs, they're on auto. All good. And everything else in the overhead is looking quite good as well. Bongo's ears are popping. Have a pretty sweet on the house. Auto brake 3, Doc, yeah, thank you. Sorry, that was what we were setting initially as well. So we'll set auto brake 3, we're through 10,000, so let's turn those off. Have you tried the flypast in the sim with the drone? You set the camera a few hundred meters in front of the plane and then you press tab to stop the drone, you get a flypast. I haven't actually, no. Doc, yes, I'm going to go from Amsiv back north towards Thessaloniki because I just want to kind of do the routing that we were initially trying to do to begin with, if that makes sense. So we're kind of getting up to a bit of a cruise level and then we're going to return towards Thessaloniki instead. Hopefully that makes a bit of sense. I know my logic is rather skewed at times. Let's turn the terrain map off. It's just giving us lots of blue for the sea. Funnily enough, top of climb is just after Lekpo. We'll go to heading select mode in a second. And that looks like that's all set up quite nicely. Smelly asking, how did you get the aircraft? They sent me an email actually, asking if I would love to be part of the preview team. And naturally, of course, I said yes. Right, let's go to heading select mode. We're going to vector out a little bit. We're going to ignore the rest to Amsiv. We're then going to go direct to Thessaloniki. We're going to overfly that, and then we're going to actually click a direct to. Joshua, do you want to see airspeed low? There's our altitude capture. I mean, I wouldn't recommend flying it like this, but it shows it can do it. Before you know it, we're back up. That. Okay, so we're going to need auto brake 3 for our arrival into Thessaloniki. And we're going to go to flaps 30. We're not going to use flap 40, and in fact, quite a lot of airlines around the world don't have that flap 40 option. Some of them choose not to have it, some of them choose to have it. Okay, let's fly a little return back like so. What else do we got here? Make sure we haven't missed anything else. 326 in the ADF, that's set. And now we've got flight level 190. We can have a little look at descent. It's showing us top of descent in 82 nautical miles, which probably because we've got a little bit of a warped flight plan route here today, with what we've just had to quickly put in. But we need to be at oh wait, Microsoft Flight Simulator, you've been a problem today. Skopilos 4000, there we go, lovely. Actually, we're going to be doing runway 01. There she is again, though. At least we're moving again, hey? New bricks. I don't think you'd ever say no to people like PMDG. Successfully connected. Good. Please don't break on me again. God. That was an interesting 20-30 minutes, wasn't it, eh? Love that you guys all stuck around. Right, now I'm just going to go through a few things off the top of my head to make sure I've not forgotten anything. One thing actually I do want to see. Good, short field package, that's still enabled. Don't want that one again. What a beast, Mikhail, absolutely. Lots of people 930, yep. Loads of people losing connectivity. Over the last few days, actually, it seems to be a quite a serious problem. What were we going for? 1013 for QNH, wasn't it? AmpSiv. So we're gonna make use of the descent now function, I think. Why not? Yeah, they are indeed. You know, it's a constant problem every day, but hey ho. Best cams can go and find somewhere else. Is there a version of this threat for Boeing 1930? Probably is. I mean, there's no reason why you wouldn't be able to do something similar to just diff strip anyway. You just try and find the next section that you want. Right, so let's go just above Thessaloniki. This is where I'll see that Athens radar are online, but thankfully they're not. Ah, Ian, that's a great shout. Okay. How many miles? 78. Gonna go legs. Direct 2. Boom. There's a direct 2 in the sim for the first time. We might as well just go back to LNAV mode now, let the aeroplane take it over. Wise asking where can I buy it? When can I buy it? Sorry, not yet. Hopefully in the near future we'll be able to get our hands on it. ADF1. Scopulos is showing 80.7 DME. And there is our top of descent marker now. Just monitor that. And that looks pretty nice actually. So I know I was about to click descent now, but I'm going to leave that. And I'm just going to let the aeroplane go top of descent from there when we reach that. Happy days. So we've covered a lot today, really, haven't we? We've covered route offsets, which is, you know, this is the first aircraft in Microsoft Flight Simulator that can do that, which is remarkable. We've also covered, well, 2 takeoffs now. Done a bit of heading mode. It's been a bit hectic, actually, hasn't it? But we've had a great time so far. Ed, wow, I wish. I'm studying at the moment to do my PPL. So Ryanair, watch this space. Coming for you. Flaps 3. What else do we want to do? Yep. Right, top of descent. We've got everything set. And our localizers, frequencies, our courses are all set as well. De-ice as required. Landing altitude, we check that, it's 47 feet, the nearest we can get to is 50. This is all the stuff we were about to do. Rad out barrow minimums set, that's 1650, and we check them against the charts and they match. Auto brake set to 3, we've done that, and when we then descend through transition, we will have to then change to our local pressure. UPS 1902. Right, flight level 190. We're settled, we're stable, we're back in it, folks. We've got to get on the ground now. Let's train our heading bug across. The aeroplane's just working to get itself back onto track now. When we get towards Skiathos as well, do you want to see a landing refresh or replay with Sky Dolly perhaps? Hey Ed, it's not for everyone, is it? Yash, hello, welcome. Are there any British liveries with the livery pack included? Lee's asking. No, I don't think there is actually. Yeah, unless you count Ryanair as one. Yeah, I don't think there is any. Right, top descent in 20. There's Skiathos. So as we've done before, we've got the fixed ring in around Skopilos. That green line, dash line going across there is our course out from Skopilos as well. We'll use heading mode for that, because why not? From top of descent, we're in a Boeing, so in 10 miles we want to set 4,000 feet. What we're going to descend to Skopilos towards. The aeroplane's VNAV from my one flight so far has actually been very nice indeed, so it got us level at 4,000. Very close to it. Init ref, yes, that's what we've forgotten. So here we want to make sure we've set our relevant speed. So we're going to go flaps 30, click it, and we're going to add it in there, and it's showing a wind correction of +5 as well. It's showing as well Skiathos' runway distance is only 1,628 meters. So I'm making it tricky for myself, but it then shows you guys A, how remarkably nice it is to fly and operate, but B, also the fact that you can do it. 569 likes, thank you folks, loving it. Really appreciate every single one of you guys that have come along today over to YouTube to watch us sort of demonstrate some of these features, and I hope you've enjoyed it so far. And we're going to demonstrate some of the ground features on the ground when we get there too, including the air stairs, so do watch this space. Don't let me forget. Okay, right, that's done. We're on the descent forecast, legs page, that's all configured, and we've got the fix input as well, and now we've added our approach data too. We're going to flick that to ADF, just for when it's in range, and as we start to descend, we're then going to flick across to .5008. Like the aeroplane's just about to get itself ready for descent now. So while we do that, we're passing Greece. It's a beautiful part of the world. Let's get some nice wing views. Timothy, exactly. Loads of people looking for a replay. Petra is asking, have you ever been to Prague? I have indeed, yes. It's coming soon, folks, hopefully. Do the wipers work? They do, power sork, but can't use them. Will it do a radial to a fix? I would imagine it does. I would imagine though, I don't know how to do it. Being honest. Should see the aeroplane start to pitch down any second now into our descent. Alright, Sky Dolly's fired up. And we'll monitor our top of descent. We'll let the aeroplane settle into it first. Might have been a little bit too keen. Mikhail's asked, saying, aboard Brussels, how did you get the pop-up for the guidance? So you want to make sure you press, I think it was Shift V for Aerosoft Brussels, and that will give you that data. Sanders, how's the PMDG? Absolutely lovely. It is beautiful. The noises, the effects, the level of detail in this, it's just absolutely spectacular, some of the work they've done. And it can do a route offset, of course, as well. It's a UBS MD-11 on approach. Wow. Graham's asking, can both comm radios be used at the same time? Wolfmaster is saying, hello, what do you think about the sound? So, that question, really good. Very nice. There's a couple that are still doing a little bit of, there's still a little bit of tweaking going on. Let's make sure we've got this 1013. Is that actually the QNH that we want? Got METAR. 1012 now. 19 degrees, wind 040 degrees at 4 knots, view clouds 3,500 on the nearest available METAR. $30 miles to go. Might not get in time for this, but I want to get a 4,000. Right job so far though of trying to get close to it. Both comms wise, probably can, yeah. I've not tried it, but I've got VHF 1 selected there and VHF 2 selected there as well, and both mic selectors are active. In fact, there's a VHF 3 comm system here. It can do holds too. Niklas, hello to you. Have we got any information about release dates? None just yet, I don't think. Bong's expecting some butter. Let's hope so, eh? Yeah, price and release date. Don't know the answer to that, folks. It will come in due course, of course, when PMDG do announce them. So, coming up to 10,000. The VNAV's going to level off slightly to go below 250 knots. And then we're going to go landing lights on, we're going to check passenger signs are on as well. We've also checked the weather already. Hear that? It was picking up the NDB to Skiathos, SKC. Hopefully you can hear it beeping. And there are the islands, folks. In fact, there is Skiathos Airport. There's the runway. Then the island of Skopilos, which is what we're going to be transitioning over. Order brake 3. Got a couple of stages of flaps to work through. What else have we got to do? Plato's asking for a hold. Go on, East 082. Two left. Let's see if we can get one in for you guys. Leg time 1 minute. 4,000. Execute. Right, so we've got an active hold in now. Descent path unachievable, that's fine. That's warning us that the VNAV it's not going to be able to get us down in time effectively. So, Laurent, sorry, we have indeed. Can leave that on if we want for the terrain mapping, but it's just going to get a bit confusing, so I'll turn it off. Let's see what it does in the hold then. I've not tried this before. We'll see what happens. Let's go landing lights on. And we're going to start working through some of our before landing checklists as well. Approach checklist, then altimeter check. 1012, 1012. Localizer frequency course 203 on nav 2, and it's 113.4. That's correct as well. Approach doesn't need to arm yet. We're going to arm. Runway, instrument fuel quantity, TP, done the approach speeds. I feel like I'm chasing myself now a little bit with the crash to death stubble that we've shot through. Engine start switches go to continuous on the approach. We'll do that when we get a bit closer. We might do that during the hold actually, so you guys can see it going over once. Seems like an overreach for a first time flight, Christopher. Oh, ye of little faith. Come on, Chris, you've been with the channel for well over a year now. You know what I like. I like a challenge. This is a true test of an aeroplane, I guess. Whether or not someone like me can actually fly it nicely. I mean, in a way, it's actually kind of done us a favour because we're going to fly into the hold. I don't know what the hold feature is like at the moment. Bet so, will I do some tutorials? I absolutely will. Hopefully you could have heard, you were able to hear that. Christopher, there's a difference between a challenge and going crazy. Why not both? Right, let's see what happens. We're going to intercept this in a bit of a weird angle. I know Microsoft Flight Simulator more generally has a fit with holds. It's going to assist us. One loop of this actually we'll be able to get to 6,000, so it's telling us the descent path is unachievable. Actually works out quite nicely for us because we can do a lap in the hold and get down to that active now. That's just changed. Let's see what happens. What's the yellow thingy on the yoke? It's like a checklist thing. So you can work through the checks, move it down. Now we'll see what it does. It should go across. Whether it will or not, I don't know. Recalculating the holds. Here we go. Look at this, it's doing it on the fly. This is incredible. Are we going to be holding into the mountain? Let's say that. I was about to say which mountain. And we've got 1,000 to go as well. Skiathos traffic, Sky Travel 2238 has entered the hold at Skopilos 5,000 feet, descending 4,000 feet. We'll report exiting. Old Greybeard asking about what about panel state saves? Does it support custom saves? It certainly does, yes. 1,000 above. Wow, look at this. I think this is the nicest hold that's ever been flown in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Kind of just, I don't know, let's see. Oh, look at that. There's some of that 737 view. The rent, it is, isn't it? Well, it would have been. We'd have been down by now. If it wasn't for the sim becoming unresponsive. Whammo, it's a new aeroplane for most people. Sounds are incredibly good. Let's just check things here. Lost itself a little here, but we're at 4,000 now, which is fine. Jeff, it looks like it dynamically sorts itself out, which is quite remarkable. Right, anyway, let's crack on with this approach, folks. We're going to go flaps 1 now, and we're going to set heading 203. And I should have gone the other way because that would have been quicker. 3, 180 knots now. Yeah, we've got somebody inbound as well. Shall I let them go first? Oh no, that was a go around. Skiathos traffic, Sky Travel 2238, 4,000 feet, overhead Skopilos, and leaving the holds. VOR approach, VOR NDB approach, runway 01. Okay, 2,000 now. I'm going to use vertical speed mode. I'm going to set, I don't know, 500 foot per minute, should be quite a nice one. Let's arm the spoilers. Go flaps 5. Skip past 2. And we're going to work just to make sure we get back onto this green line here. Go down to 800 feet per minute, I think. 180. Speed mode. And we want index approach speeds 132. 137 plus 5. 203, let's reset that. 750. And finally, some other checks while we get chance. It's going to be both of those two continuous. .201 per track, that's fine, we've got a bit of drift. We're going to go flaps 10. We'll bring that speed down to 160. Speed brake's already been armed. We don't need second autopilot, we're not flying an ILS. Landing flaps set. Energy start switches on continuous for that too. Get this set on 5 now.
2500.
Checked. Flaps 15. Right, let's cancel the horn. I can't remember how to cancel the horn. Hey, you know what? It's good to know that it's all included. Ay, ay, ay. That'll go off basically. Oh, there we go. It's because we were kind of idle and things like that. Gear down, we're getting a bit low. It's all good. It's the landing gear. 10 miles. Time to turn. Skiathos traffic. Sky travel 2238. Turning finals 01. Turn. Vertical speed mode 500. Keep smashing that like button, folks. Gear down. And we want 137. That's gear down 3 green. Spectacular flying, hello, welcome. Yeah, I'm reading the wrong bit on the checklist. Don't worry folks, we've got this. What do you reckon? What's the touchdown rating going to be? Back to 0.8. In fact, we need a bit of track recalculation here, so let's just do that. So, flaps 30, that's as far as we're going to go with these. Minimums now. Oh, Berto, fantastic. And we're going to have 137 in a minute. So, we're recording on Sky Dolly. You've got everything set. And we want 37. It's my controls now. And we're going to nestle down towards, what's our ground speed? 146. 146. It's going to be about 700 foot per minute rate of descent. Get rid of that. Here we go. We need to make sure we've got 3,000 set. 4,000 set, sorry, for missed approach. Set our runway heading. 008 degrees. J-Bay! Made it just back in time. Great to have you back. Oh yeah, Doc, it's helping me out. By the way, I mean, this is a bit of a overconfidence moment, but if you want to see what it looks like from the outside, oh, look at that gear, the flaps. Here we go. That's the auto throttle off. That's my throttles as well. Get that view recentered there because I've hello. This is so fun to fly. 2 red, 2 white. There's so much complexity to the simulation. Oh, there's quite a bit of a crosswind for us today.
Sink rate.
There's the beach.
Sink rate.
30, 20, 10.
Hold the flare. Oh, there we go. So, there go the brakes and full reverse green. Yoti, love the backseat piloting. Well, you know what? I wouldn't be able to get down without you guys giving the tips all the time and helping us out. The crash to desktop kind of throws you off, doesn't it? It takes you off that flow that you had. You were in the frame of mind for top of descent in a couple of miles. You're getting everything set up. We had a really nice pace, so the crash to desktop definitely does throw it out a little bit. -5. Holy butter. I have no idea how that happened. Could be the landing rate monitor, who knows. Maybe it was a -5 by Ryanair standard. Who knows. Skiathos traffic, Sky travel 2238 backtrack, runway 01. Oh brilliant, there's somebody on finals. Oh, I think we saw somebody just crash. I could see some nav lights down there that just looked like they went in the water. So we did have a crosswind. Look at that. I'll take that. Here she is. Got the sport pack. I'd say the sport pack, it's not the sport pack. It's not BMW. Yeah. A short field performance pack, I should say. With the extendable flaps and things that can go up to a higher level. Holy mother of butter, Nick Shands. Hey, not bad, hey? Right. We can work through an after landing checklist and stuff in a second, but you guys will want to see a replay of our landing, won't you? So, what I'll do is I'll park up on stands. Let's have a little look here. He's good delivery choice, by the way, whoever that is. I'll turn the APU on. Landing lights off, taxi lights on. Put that on to steady. We're tracking this on Sky Dolly. Which is why I've left the flaps out, folks, as well, by the way. So I want to replay it with the flaps. Sky Dolly doesn't quite do that properly yet. Look at that little dip that it does. That's our park brake set now. So now I can stop Sky Dolly. Just going to have a quick look on this? UPS-01. All I can see is just absolute chaos on VPilot chat. Gia Medina, welcome. Do the brake discs glow? Ollie, no. So basically, Sky Dolly. It's a replay mod in Microsoft Flight Simulator that you can use, but it doesn't quite get everything right, if that makes sense. But yeah, I'm going to reset 3 on that. Rearm the spoilers for the replay. Turn those on. But I'll put the AP on bleed now as well. Turn the master caution off. And I'm going to briefly disconnect from VATSIM so I can reconnect as observer. So if anybody is on the ground or about to land, please leave stand number 4 free. And let's pick... Oh, that could be a good view. Let's see, pick a wing view. There we go. Now we're talking. Let's go back into the air, shall we?
Traffic approaching minimums.
Here we are, for the replay then. So while we get a chance, I will quickly plan this around. What do you think? Looks fantastic, doesn't it? Master Jinx, welcome. How was the aircraft? Absolutely joyous. Vestos, yeah, this is Orbex's Skiathos scenery. It's available from Microsoft Flight Simulator. Gabrielle, welcome on board. The Martin, thanks for subscribing. Let's get that wing view again. Oh, look at that. Wings are too shiny. It's just a livery change.
Sync rate.
Oh, it makes you look really quick, doesn't it, when it's replaying this? Hey, that was a greaser. Look at that. There goes the sport or the short field flat option there. And reverse. Hear them sounds from the outside. Oh. Right. Let's zip down towards the threshold near the beach. I'm going to show you guys Shutdown and things like that too in a second. So Domestos' wallet is itching. Yeah, we did have a good, decent crosswind there for us. I think my first crosswind approach with the aeroplane. I'm going to turn that up a little bit, and then we're going to replay. Off it goes. And we hit play. Away she goes. Let's go again. Manuel, welcome on board. Oops, DB Schenker. Little advert for you. JB, next one is going to be Friday or Saturday. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed this. I mean, look at that. We're kind of crabbing in. There's the plane spotters. Oh, it looks fast, doesn't it? Short field and sporty. Oh. There she goes. Joshua. I'm in love with this. This is great. 737. Dreamline wants the beach view in approach replay. I'll try my best. It's quite a dynamic angle though. Let's see what we can muster, shall we? Oops, that's too far. That's the water. Right, here we are. Imagine this at St. Martin with that St. Martin freeware scenery that you can get. So we probably need to turn this right up, don't we? So that we can quick pan like that. Probably even needs to be quicker, I'd say. Get the camera set up. That'll do. And let's dive straight into another replay. Ay, ay, ay. Here we go. Oh, look at that. St. Martin's got some great freeway scenery, J-Bay, yeah. What do you think? This is such good fun. It's such an immersive aeroplane to fly. I can't say enough good things about it. It's really enjoyable, and I've loved every second of flying it so far today. Crash to desktop aside and everything else. Yeah, you know what? Doesn't worry me. Let's do a final replay here, passenger view, and then we'll go back on stand. We'll shut down. We'll bring them flaps up. Go on. There we go. Look at that animation. Aaron's loving it. Joel, sweet. Dreamline, nice. Florian, nice landing. That's absolutely insane, Colin. This is why I wanted to do Skiathos. I couldn't think of anywhere better. My first live preview with it. Put it to the test. Put myself to the test. World Voyager, is anything bad with the 737 that you're allowed to say? So I can say whatever I feel, whatever I like. The promise to PMDG is that it's going to be honest. I've been outside the flight simulation game now for many years. Flight Sim 2002 was the original one that I flew on, and I'd not been on any other flight sim since. So I've come back into Microsoft Flight Simulator, and I've been enjoying things like the Flyby A32NX, and recently as well the Aerosoft CRJ, the Twin Otter. I've been reviewing on the channel the Just Flight BA146 as well, and that's a really nice aeroplane. Just Flight doing great work with that. Let's pause Sky Dolly now. Happy days. And we'll make sure that we've got everything in a decent state for us to be able to turn all this. Let's turn those off. APU is active. We want bus gens, bus ties. Right, checklist time, and we'll do the other stuff too. Transponder. Off, flaps retracted, speed brake is down, landing lights are off, strobe lights are off. Make sure they are off. They are. APU gen, check volts, and APU bleed is on. There's the voltage at the top. Probe heat can come off now. Engine start switches to off. Water brake off. And check all the other lights are off as well. Shutdown checklist then, park brake set, engine, fuel, control levers both off. Ground contact established, ground operations as required. APU bleed air is on. Turn the anti-collision light off, which is that one. And then we can turn the fuel pumps off, but we leave the aft one on because the APU is running, don't forget as well. Anti-ice is off, hydroelectric pumps off. And the flight director off as well. And the rest we can just leave because we're going to do a bit of a sort of simulated turnaround. Right, we are still on the beach, hopefully enjoying a nice daiquiri. Let's get this camera view here, shall we? The engine's spinning away in the wind. So we want chocks and things, don't we? Let's go to menu. FS actions, ground services. Swells, no, won't be returning. Set the chocks. We can request ground power. We can return. We can go towards the doors selection here. We can open the doors. We can open cargo doors and things like that too. Equipment hatches. But actually, where is it? See if I can find it. Next page, isn't it? Request potable water. If you want to refuel as well for return, you can put in target fuel and you can then request the fuel truck. So I guess we can kind of request it to come and simulate an additional. Let's do 6,000. So we can request the fuel truck. Request lav request. And now we want to extend the air stairs. or we can request the stairs and things like that too. Want a passenger bus to come. Stairs 2 left request. We can extend the air stairs now. Look at this. Here comes the lav. Ollie, no worries. Great to have a... Well, you've enjoyed it. Look at this. So we've got the ground power, we've got the chocks, we've got the lavatory, the lavatory or the possible water simulation. We've just got in the air stairs. We've got the passenger bus arriving. We can release the lav when we want to. Doors. And we can do left entry forward and aft. There we are. We've opened the rear door as well, just for quicker turnaround, and PMDG's set of steps has dropped down there for us too. In a second, in fact, here she is, the PMDG coach, although it kind of clashes with the scenery, but that is also something that you can request too, and there's a whole load of other stuff as well. I mean, look how good this looks. There's a screenshot for the forums. Anyway, what do you guys think? It's been 4 hours now we've been streaming with this. Bit of a preview here on YouTube, and those of you who've been watching for quite some time now might have a couple of things that you really like about what you've seen, a couple of things maybe that you would like to see in the future. Here comes the PMDG refueler truck. Plugged into the ground there. So that's given us our requested amount of fuel for turnaround. Hey, it's so good, isn't it? All the little things make quite a remarkable aeroplane. And Skiathos, no better place for it. Plato, I'd need to get my head around some of the failures before I kind of show them off. Otherwise I'd end up making a big old mess of it. So you can, of course, in the flight deck here, you can simulate different failures. You know, doors. Let's have a little look. Air stair hatch, forward cargo door, main cargo door. So you can arm one there. You can just break it. I guess here's a failure, I suppose. We could do APU actually, couldn't we? APU air armed in 30 seconds. Thankfully we have ground power, so we can just transfer across before it all goes wrong. Let's see what happens. That's yellow, it shows it's armed. A+ on the parking job, Jeff, thank you. Flight IC asking any estimated release date. Yeah, you do need to start the fuel load in the simulation as well. So, same, if you go to menu, FS Actions, Ground Services, you can find, where has it gone? There we go, fueling. Once it's turned up, start. Actions, close door. We've activated that failure and it won't close. Oh, it does close. This is what I mean about I've got to work my way through trying to actually understand how all of these different failure systems and things works. But it is an in development progress sort of beta as well, don't forget. So there are elements to this that actually might be working on the release version. There's the cabin for you, Adam. Hey, don't break it. But yeah, here we are. The PMDG 737. We've done Prague to Thessaloniki, or Prague to Skiathos via Thessaloniki, and hopefully you guys really loved couple of replays there over the beach into Skiathos as well a few minutes ago. Rizky, thanks for subscribing. Welcome on board. Anyone else I've missed as well, very warm welcome to you. Dave R, Mahim Abasi. Loads of new subscribers today, so it's great to have you with us. Thank you to everybody who has ticked the like button, given us a little thumbs up today, and stuck with us as we dealt with the sim, or the GPU becoming unresponsive. Rather weird. Certainly wasn't anything to do with the aeroplane, from what I can gather. Dean, can you show us a close-up of the engine details? So, the livery, of course, can be fixed. There are some fairly low-res elements to it, like the cowlings, but that's just a simple livery fix, and within a day or so of it being released on flightsim.to, there's going to be a whole ton of livery artists coming forwards and getting a load of paint schemes available for this cracking aeroplane. Follow PMDG's forum for all the latest updates. You get the development updates from Robert in relation to pricing when that does get announced, and the release date when that does get announced as well. But thank you all of you for joining in. This is possibly the biggest stream that I've done so far, so it's great to be with you all previewing the PMDG 737. Welcome to all of our new subscribers. Thanks for choosing to hit the big red button, and Ollie, Captain Shark and Carlos for dropping some super chats and tips throughout today too. Join us on Friday. We're going to be back, well, Friday or Saturday, we're going to be back doing some more 737 previews. We're going to be planning some good routes again, so I hope to see you all join us on the weekend. But in the meantime, a couple of videos going live over the next few days, including the first of a few PMDG 737 tutorials to help you get started with Simbrief integration and a few other things for when it does release. And that way, you've got all the tutorials ready for you for day one. Hopefully that is going to help quite a few of you. A TUI livery would be neat, wouldn't it, generic pilot? And we'd have to obviously fly back into Skiathos with that as well. Thank you everybody for watching, and I hope to see you in the next few days. Take care.